Alright, what's up? Hey, welcome to Hangar 51, guys. What's everybody doing? Hang on a minute here. Let me get... Alright. So we got two guys in here. Back to one. So, what's going on, guys? Okay, well, there's three guys in here now. Nobody's talking to me. I've got a bunch of lurkers. Rich, are you in here? There we go. What's up? Good to see you, man. What's this, C Mafia? Jeff in Lower Alabama, what's up? Good to see you guys. Can you hear me okay? Everything all right? Thumbs up. We're live from my living room because it's already in the 40s outside. I'm not doing a show out there tonight. Eric, what's up? Good to see you, man. New venue? No. My living room. Just too cold outside. It's already in the 40s out there. I'm not streaming out there tonight. Alright, thanks, Jeff. Hey, are you going to go live regularly where I can put you on the list and get notifications? And because I missed your show and I'd like to have been in it. So... Someday? Alright. Well, just let me know. JT, what's up? Good to see you, man. So I'm working this out tonight. It's going to be a little different. I've got my big screen TV where I can read the chat because I can't see that one in the little laptop because it's too far away. Rich, what's up? Good to see you, man. Barry, what's up? Wild Bill, good to see you guys. Good. Yeah, much warmer in the house. Craig, what's up? Good to see you, man. Yeah, and I don't even have the heater on. There's a heater over there, but the blower will be too loud, so I don't have it on. Ken, what's up? Good to see you, man. JCB in the house. What's up, man? Matt, good to see you, man. Well, you're here early tonight. It's like 46 outside, but that, it's dropping fast. So it'll be in the 30s probably before 10 o'clock. And, I didn't want to freeze out there in the garage, so I decided to just bring it in here. Everything was in here already from the Zoom session last Friday. And I had plenty of time to take it out there today, but I was monitoring the temperatures, and they were really falling fast. So I decided we're not doing that tonight. So... What's up, George? Good to see you, man. Pat's in the house. Good to see you. Yeah, good place to sleep, too, Victor. Actually, this is where I sleep. I sleep right here in this recliner. It's a couch, but it's a recliner couch. And this is where I sleep, right here. So I put some extra lighting on tonight, which this one might actually be... This might be hurting me. Let's try that. See how that looks. Yeah, that might be a little better, huh? Get all the lighting behind me and Not in front of me. That's not too bad. Or behind there, behind the camera. So yeah. So what's everybody doing tonight? How's everybody doing tonight? Anybody go flying this week? Joe, good to see you, man. Terror, what's up, man? Good to see you guys. So how many we got in here already? 22 so far. Wife's working all week but Sunday. Does that mean you get to go flying all week except Sunday? Right, what's up, buddy? High-pitched squeal? Do you hear a high-pitched? Oh, you can probably hear the bird. My bird's sitting right there. He's right there. That's probably what you're hearing. Yeah, I know that feeling, George. Yeah, it's Oh, Victor, you are the luckiest man on earth, buddy. Holy crap. She goes with you, videotapes your... And she lets you take pictures of her in a towel. Oh, man. Alan, what's up? Good to see you, buddy. Am I ready for E-Jets? No. Kinda. um, so let's see. What do we want to talk about? I have a couple updates for you. So, I guess I'll talk about the Viper jet first. So I'm still fighting with Banggood, but we're about finished with that. I've already started a claim with PayPal, and I've already called PayPal and had a long discussion with them about this very situation. They're just Banggood's just too stupid to be in business. You know, we had email exchanges 3 months ago. I bought that plane in October 24th. And when it got here from the U.S. warehouse, it was just a foam airplane. Nothing in it. It's supposed to be plug and play. There was nothing in it. It's just bare foam. There's nothing in it. No lights, no wiring, no fan, nothing. It's just foam. There's nothing in the plane. So, of course, I called them and I told them, hey, we got a problem. You're supposed to have all this stuff. And I gave them a list of everything. And then they sent the list back to me. Is this what you need? I sent it back to them. This is what I need. So, is this what you need? We're playing this game back and forth. You know, they wanted pictures of everything, inside the box, outside the box, everything about the airplane. I even sent them a picture of myself so they couldn't, just... So, yesterday, they were supposed to send me everything to put in the plane. Well, actually, they told me they were going to send me a whole plane. That didn't happen. So, they were supposed to send me all the bits to go in the plane. The only thing they sent me was the landing gear and the PCB board. Nothing else. So I still don't have any servos, no speed control, no fan unit, no motor, no lights, nothing. So I filed a claim with PayPal and I listed RC Castle. I went on there and I looked up all the parts that I need. and the prices. And I filed it with PayPal. And I gave them all the prices. So naturally, they contacted Banggood, and then Banggood contacted me both on PayPal and directly. And we have a record that you got your box yesterday. I said, yeah, but there's nothing in it. All you sent me were the retracts and the PCB board. I said, I need all this other stuff. Again. And I sent, the list again. And so they're just plain stupid, or they just really are stupid. I don't know which it is. But I did get the retracts, so I can put the nose gear back in the original Viper, and that'll be ready for E-Jets. My F4 is ready for E-Jets. My Yak 130 is ready for E-Jets. The F-22 is ready for E-Jets. So I have a couple of fixers to do, and I don't know that I can get all of these in the car anyway, but I have to fix my Havoc. Has a little minor damage on the nose I want to touch up. I want to make it prettier. I got an airbrush, so I want to practice on there, and I'm going to do a little airbrush work on the front of my Havoc, and then that'll be ready. That's this. Is that Dana? Yeah. Right. Yeah, the FMS, well, that's the 109 though. Yeah, but yeah, I hate that brown paint job. That's why I bought the green camo, the winter camo plane before they discontinued it, because the brown one didn't do anything for me. If I'd have bought that one, I would have repainted it. So because that does nothing for me. I don't like the brown one at all. I love the winter camo one. I think that's beautiful. I just love all the colors that are on it, yellow and green and like an aqua. The bottom of it's aqua blue, like a blue green aqua color, and I think the top of the wings are aqua and gray camo. So it's just a really good looking scheme. I like it. And if you guys watched RC Informer the other day when he showed that plane burning to the ground. That's the same plane. That's the color scheme. The one that was burning and he couldn't put it out. So, hey Lee, good to see you, man. Alan, I'm in my living room. This is my living room with all the airplanes and racks behind me. So I'll pick up the camera here in a minute and give you a little tour. But yeah, this is my living room. There's airplanes everywhere. You know, that's why I'm building the garage. And that's the next topic. So let me finish. Let's finish talking about jets. So the FMS Futura crashed. Need a fuselage. So, and that's coming soon. I'm ordering. I actually have an order on Horizon Hobby right now that I'm gonna hit the send button. I was waiting to see what they were going to do about. Well, I wanted to see what airplane came out before I hit the send button. So now I know. So yeah, I'm going to order that probably tonight, and I'll have that fuselage next week, and I can put that plane back together. Going to do a repaint on it though. It's going to have a new scheme on it. I'm not going to tell you what it's going to be. It'll be a surprise. Keith Christie, what's up? Good to see you, man. Jermaine, hey man, what's up? Who else? Roland, good to see you, man. Hey guys, hit that like button, please. Ryan, what's up? So anyway, I think that's all the jets. Am I got any more jets I want to take to E-Jets? Maybe one of the A10s. If I bring one of the A10s, it'll be the LX A10, because everybody has an FMS one, so I'll bring something different. So the LX810 is ready to fly. I can bring that. The FMS one needs a nose gear, you know, and yeah, that's about it. I think that's all the jets. Um, I think I said the F4. I might. They're in the car right now. Actually, I have the F4 and the MiG-29, the Arrows MiG-29. They're in the car right now, and it's kind of, I got them in there like two slices of pizza. You know, they're like this in the car on the bottom, and then I put the shelf over top of them. So I actually got two jets in the bottom, which I've never ever able to do, but it worked with those two because they're kind of smaller. And so yeah, those two jets are in the car right now. I was flying them last weekend. So okay, so then so let's talk about the garage. The woman from permitting called me today and told me that the paperwork I dropped off needs to be signed. And I told her, yeah, when I was there, I didn't have the claim number or the permit number. And the dumbass at the desk, he said, well, I can't do anything without the permit number. And I'm like, well, you have all my paperwork here. And he says, yeah, but it's upstairs. Okay, well, can you call upstairs and ask him what the permit number is? And he asks me if I know the address. Listen, yeah, it's my home. That's where I live. Yeah, so yeah, I know the address. So it literally took him 10 seconds to sit down at the computer and put my address in and bring up the permit number. But he was going to actually make me go home and get the permit number. He was just being a dick. So, or he's just that stupid. I don't know. Either way. So so then I asked him as I was leaving, do you need me to sign this paperwork in front of you because, you know, it has to be notarized? And he said no. Didn't say why he didn't need it. He just said he didn't need it. So she called me today and told me that, hey, this stuff all needs to be signed. And I said, yeah, I told her the same story I just told you. And she, oh, wow. Boy, the chat just went bananas. What happened? Oh, it went up. I see what happened. So she told, I asked her, can you just get everything done, and then when I come to pick up the permit, I can sign all that paperwork? And she said, yeah, we can make that work. She says, I don't want you to have to keep coming up here. So she's going to put notes in the file to go ahead and take care of everything, and she'll have me sign it when I come pick up the permit. So I don't know how long it's going to be for them to finish. I guess they needed the property plans. They needed to know the property, which they could have looked it up on. I got all the dimensions and everything for the land off of their website, their property appraiser site. They could have easily looked it up there as me. And then I had to just put on there where the garage actually is going to be in relationship to the fences and all that. So that's all. So we're in the final stages now. I don't know how long it's going to take them to finally figure all this out, but I'm hoping it's not going to be long since they've had them for 2 months now, almost 3. So it shouldn't take them long to see where the building is and approve it. And all the rest of it's there, and then all I have to do is go sign the paperwork, and they will hand me my permit. And as soon as they do that, I'm calling to schedule it to be put up. So I don't think so, George. I think Pasco County, where I live, is just maybe they're short-staffed right now because of the COVID, and they've laid a bunch of people off. I really don't know. I mean, the parking lot's pretty empty, so there's not a lot getting done. I'm not sure. They're not really breaking my balls as much as they're just incompetent. I mean, when I was there the first time, they could have told me, hey, we need all this other stuff too, but they didn't. And, so I've been back and forth. I think today, or the other day was like the 4th time I've been back and forth with them. And I have to drive all the way down there just to sign a paper or give them my phone number, or, stuff I could have done over the phone. Just ridiculous. So, anyway, Yeah, well, that was the building. They've had the building plans for 3 months almost. So the building passes hurricane code, so that wasn't the issue. They've already looked over the plans. They've already been engineered drawings, all of that. It's all been notarized, certified, all that crap. All they had to do is look it over and say, "Yep, everything's right," because the company I bought the garage from took care of all that. So that wasn't the issue. They're just you know dumbasses, for lack of a better. At least not the girl that's working with me. She's been wonderful, but the dumbass that I dropped all this latest paperwork. He didn't even know what I was bringing him. He says you got to fill out that green sheet right there, and he pointed to a sheet on the. I said, listen, when I dropped all the paperwork off, they looked at it all, and then they sent me an email with these forms that I had to fill out and bring in, and that's what these are. So I don't know what this green sheet is, but this is what they told me. They sent me these to fill out and bring in, so that's what I'm doing. And that's when he started, well, what's the permit number? I don't have the permit number and all that crap. So the only thing on the green sheet was I had to put my name, my phone number, and my email address. Listen, I've had to do that like all 4 times I've been there. I had to give my name, my phone number, and my email address. It's like, you guys have all this information. You've had all this information from day one. I don't know why I have to keep giving it over and over and over again, but whatever. So I filled out his little green sheet, and so anyway, so that's where we are with the garage. I'm hoping very soon we're going to be able to get that scheduled, and then I'll be able to give you an exact date when it's going up, so you guys can mark your calendar for a live stream of watching them put the garage up, and that'll be fun. So you want to attach a flare to the giant pits for smoke? You're liable to catch the plane on fire. I don't think I'd do that. They do make smoke generators, several different kinds, that would be a better choice than a flare. Flares get really, really hot. I mean, really hot. So, yeah, I don't think I would attach a flare to the plane. Yeah, TNRC. I'm hoping it's not going to take me 2 years to finish the inside, but listen, I can live out there in an unfinished building just fine. As far as having all the planes and racks, all these racks and all that. It doesn't need, but I'm going to be putting up the hobby room part first, so I have a studio to do my filming for the show and work on airplanes and all that. So that's the first thing that's going to go in the building. Yeah. Well, first thing is lights. I'm going to put power in the building, put some lights up, and then I'm going to build the room, the hobby room, and then from there we'll start, adding on. I'll probably add the bathroom next, and then I haven't decided if I'm going to build a great room, like a kitchen, great room, dining, living room kind of thing, or if I'm just going to leave that blank and then we're going to buy a pull-behind trailer, camper, and just stick that in there because it's got plenty of room for it. And then we could, if we build a house, we can stay in the camper in the garage. While they're building the house, yeah, or I could put the tent up. That's also a possibility. As a matter of fact, I could put the tent up and do the show from inside the tent, while I'm building the room. As a matter of fact, that's an option too. So yeah, we might do something like that. We'll see. The main thing is just to get the garage up so I can get all of this out there so that we have living space. Because right now you can't live in this house. It's ridiculous. So if I can get all this stuff out in the garage, and then we can actually decorate in here and get this place looking nice again, that'll be great. So that's the plan. So I'm not looking directly into the camera, guys, because the chat I'm reading up there, I can kind of read it here, but it's a little too far away. The print's pretty small, but it's beautiful up on my big TV. So I keep looking up there to watch the chat. But I can see it both places, but it's not as clear here. So that's why I'm kind of looking up. So, do I have blue paint for your garage, bathroom, shower, midget stripper store? Yeah. Yeah, we got all that, Dana. Yep, got all that. Yeah, I'm an RC hoarder. Yep. I really am, because I don't get I rarely get rid of airplanes. That's why I have so many, because I just get attached to them. Even if I'm not going to fly them again, they have, like I've got the, what's critical mass. Okay, so that, I don't know if you guys know the story of the real critical mass. Mickey, what's up? They retired it from racing. It's a Sea Fury, and it was an original from the war Sea Fury. And they converted it into a race plane, which usually involves, streamlining it, shortening the wings, the canopy, stuff like that, making it more streamlined. And they've retired it from racing, so now they've put it all back to original. They put all the original canopy back on it, and they extended the wings back. They did all the work to put it back to original. And the last time I saw it, they hadn't painted it yet. It was just all bright, shiny aluminum. So I kind of kept that plane in the critical mass paint scheme, and I don't want to fly it because that's the plane's gone, as far as in that scheme and everything. So I'm holding on to that. I've also got Voodoo in the purple scheme, because now Voodoo's white. So that's another one that I don't know if I'll fly it or not, because I don't want to ruin it. Something happens. So there's planes like that I'm keeping, and they're beautiful airplanes. So they'll make great wall hangers or whatever, hanging from the ceiling in the garage, not in the hobby room, but actually out in the garage. I don't know, but they're planes that I'm keeping. I'm not going to get rid of. Now there's a few planes I've gotten rid of, and I've got one for sale right now. If anybody wants an Aeros MiG-29. It's got like 4 flights on it. It's never been crashed. It's in great shape. I modified the main gear to shorten them up a little bit, so the takeoff is easy. It takes right off, no problem. You don't have to yank it off. It just right off, beautiful. So, and if $300, and it comes with 2 brand new battery packs. They're an off-brand 3300 6S. I think they're 60C. I think. They've only got, I think the packs have 2 cycles each on them. So for $300 you get the plane and both battery packs. And if you come into E-Jets next month and want it, I'll bring it there. If you want me to ship it, you'll have to pay the shipping, but I'll ship it if you want. So, and hey, listen, the only reason I'm getting rid of it is because the flight time is too low for me. You guys that like a 3 or 4 minute flight time on a jet, it's perfect, because that's what it does. I like to go 8, 10, 12, 15 minutes on a jet. So this plane doesn't fit my criteria. It's beautiful. I mean, it's a beautiful airplane. I love it. And there's no hanger rash on it. The only thing that happened to it, one of the first landings had a bigger battery in it, and the nose went down, and it broke off the antenna, or not the antenna, the pitot tube off the nose. Easy, simple little fix. I mean, I don't have the tube. It got stuck in the ground. I don't know where that is. But the little plastic piece that was glued to the foam, I had to glue back on, and then I touched up the paint, and it's perfect. It looks perfect. And that's the only damage on the whole airplane. There's no banging up, getting it in and out of the car or anything. It's in beautiful shape. And it flies good. I flew it Sunday. Yeah, I flew it Sunday. You know, flew beautiful. You know, just not my kind of jet. It's not what I'm looking for. And Jeff in LA, I think that F-15 is going to be the same kind of deal. Twin 64s are just not going to work. It'll fly great, but you're going to get short flight times. You know, the jet, you got 2 speed controls, 2 fans, 2 motors, too much weight for a small airframe like that. What's up, Farmer Man? Good to see you, man. Deuces Wild, what's up? So I don't think that F-15 is going to be any better than the MiG-29. If you're okay with a 3-minute flight time, you'll be fine with it. But if you're looking for any longer flight time, I don't think that one's going to be any better than the MiG. It's just the wings are too small to carry any big weight. So putting a bigger battery pack in it doesn't work. You have to fly it faster, and you're still burning. What's squeaking? Was that your squeaking ass? I don't know what you guys are hearing. Is it my bird chirping you're hearing, or what's up, Jeff? Good to see. Yeah, it's him. That's just my bird. He's he wants attention. That's yeah. So anyway, that's kind of my feeling on the new F-15 Aero. I guess Aeros is coming out with. I don't think the Twin 64s is a good idea. No, I didn't get a haircut. No, just got out of the shower a little bit ago. So, but no haircut tonight. Yeah, I got the bird to keep me awake. You know what? I gotta tell you, this is funny. Um, this guy is very polite. Okay, when he sees me sleeping, he doesn't chirp. He either goes to bed himself or he just sits there very quiet. He knows I'm sleeping. He doesn't wake me up. He's a very courteous bird. So he does not chirp at all or do anything when I'm sleeping. He knows when I'm sleeping and he's very quiet. As soon as I wake up, though, he's all over it. You know, then he wants my attention. So I thought that was kind of, you know, he's a good bird. He's kind of a ornery little guy. It's a parrot, but it's a small parrot, and he's a character. If any of you guys have birds, you know what I'm talking about. They're funny to have around. They do funny things, and this guy's no different. He wants attention any way he can get it. So, what's up, Nate? Good to see you, buddy. Yeah, unlike some people I know. What do I know about the C-47 from Banana Hobbies? I have it. It's a great airplane. I haven't flown it yet. I had a servo issue on the rudder. I'm painting it. Okay, so hang on a second. So I bought that particular one because it has retracts in it, unlike the Dynam plane. So I bought the one from Hobby King, and this is the paint scheme I'm going with. So I've been painting it. The bottom's all done. This is red, this is all red. I still have to paint the yellow. But yeah, I haven't flown it because I'm painting it. And the rudder servo failed, so I got to replace the rudder servo. No big deal. But yeah, so I love the scheme. I'm going to have either Kelly Graphics or the guy out at my flying field. There's a guy that does that for a living, and I'll have him do this Shell Aviation products and the Shell oil symbols. And when I get done painting it, I'll put them all on. So, but yeah, this is the Um, I bought this die cast, I don't know, 30, 40 years ago, a long time ago. And it was at a car swap meet. And I saw it, and I fell in love with it, and I bought it. And then I always wanted to build a radio control one and put the scheme on it. And I finally bought the God, when did I buy that? It hasn't been that long, less than a year ago. Been waiting for the garage, to get more. I mean, I've had it on the show a couple times. I've brought it out and showed people it out in the garage, not from in the house here, because it is out in the garage. But I like it. I mean, it looks really good. The detail's nice. No real issues. It's got split flaps, and it's got retractable landing gear that works really nice, and I really like that. That's what I really wanted. So, Deuces, that's hilarious. Yeah, birds are too noisy to give them away for free. Yeah, listen, I'm not going to lie to you. There's been times when, you know, he won't shut up and I'm mad at him. So I go put him in the shower. When he's bad, he gets put in the shower in the bathroom. And then he's perfectly quiet because he can't see anybody, nobody can hear him, and he shuts the hell up. So, yeah, mine's not a big pooper. He obviously poops, but he's not real messy. So like I say, he's a small parrot, so he's pretty easy to take care of. A little bigger than a parakeet. I don't know if you guys know what a budgie parakeet is, but it's a bigger parakeet, and he's a little bigger than the budgie. So, um, try living with 100 parrots. Oh God, no, that would never work. So, yes, okay. So the Corsair is awesome, guys. I love the Corsair. What is that? A what? Is it a canur? Mickey, what is that? A butt cheek parrot. So here's my broken camera. Why we the video was shot on a phone for the Corsair because I broke my camera. So I have this mounted on a hard hat, and when I had this on, running, recording, and was picking up the Corsair to go out and fly it, and the wind caught the hat and blew it off, and this hit the ground, and it broke the screen off. Camera still works. The mic works, didn't hurt the mic. The camera works, but there's no screen, so you can't tell for sure what you're doing. You got to guess. And but I recorded the last part of the flight video from here with this broken. I just started the camera recording and recorded it, and it came out fine. So the camera still works, but you can't really use it with the screen broken. So luckily, when I bought the camera on eBay, I bought the Square Trade insurance policy on it, which covers breakage from falling, dropping, whatever. So they sent me a check the day after I filed the claim to replace the camera. So I just just before I went live, I already bought a new camera on eBay. Same exact camera. So that's on the way here. So that'll be here probably, I don't know. There seem to be some It said January 26th. So it's about 10 or 12 days, I guess. You know, so we'll see. It should be here. Um, a little sexist to single out one breed. You guys still talking about the bird? A Yeah, Alan. Yeah, that's why I didn't buy the Dynam. I really wanted to get the Dynam one, but no retracts, and I'm not flying a C-47 DC-3 around with the gear down. So I had to have the retracts, and this one's bigger too. I think the Dynam one's like 15 and change millimeter or something, and this one's 18. So it's bigger. The quality's nice. I mean, it looks nice. Um, actually, I can't remember if I bought it from Banana Hobbies or Hobby King. Same airplane. It's the one that says Skipper or whatever on the side, you know, in their picture. It's the same airplane. So you know, it's bigger. It's a nice looking plane. I like it. Can't wait to finish painting it, get all the decals on it. You know, I like that scheme. That shell oil scheme is really cool. So yeah. So anyway, the back to the Corsair. The Corsair flew great. Absolutely love that airplane. Um, Not real upset about the landing gear. It's going to be too easy to fix it. You know, I can either get free wing landing gear for it for their their F4U, or I can get the new ones from FMS. I haven't decided which one yet. I haven't even looked, honestly. I wanted to pull the gear out and take a look at it first, but I've been working on some other projects and I haven't had a chance to really pull it apart yet. But been doing a lot of editing. I'm trying to get uh, the build video edited, so for the Corsair. So I haven't time to pull the gear out of it yet to see what's wrong with it. But I did go online and read that you know, the problem the guys are having with it is some kind of plastic mechanism, a gear that rolls it around as the gear comes down, and I guess that little plastic gear breaks. And so so that's the deal with the Corsair. But other than that, I've actually gotten brave enough to run the wings up and down a few times, and you're raising your hand and getting your. So Dennis, you're going to buy the 190, are you? Yeah, Jerry's pushing the soft tires. I remember watching that when we were in the Zoom, and you were telling Ryan about how you did that soft tire changeover. That was pretty cool. So, oh yeah, so it's only 1470. Um, yeah, I knew it was smaller. Um, so yeah, it's Do it in the air and show us. Oh, what the mech? Wait, you want me to fold the wings in the air? Is that what you're talking about, Ryan? so so yeah, I have really no. I'm not even really upset about the landing gear failing. It was I knew what I was buying when I bought it. I knew that they had talked about the landing gear. I really thought I was going to get landing gear exactly like the gear in the P40 because that's all metal. I don't see anything failing in that rig. The landing gear in the P40 are awesome. I mean, it looks heavy. It's all steel. But the plane's really light, so it's not weighing the plane down any, and it's really rugged gear. So I don't see that breaking at all. And I was assuming that the Corsair was going to have the exact same gear in it, and it doesn't. The gear in the Corsair is more traditional, regular gear, that they use in everything. It's not like the gear in the P40, which is totally different. So, yeah, me too, Alan. I've been trying to buy the one that Hobby King has forever. Because it's a 1600 millimeter, I think. Um, but every time they put it on sale, they take away the free shipping, so it's never really on sale. you know, if you're gonna put it on sale and then take away the free shipping, it's the same price. So yeah, but I'll keep trying. Which Spitfire have you got, Jeff? Now you're going to pay $60 more for the battery if you buy them separately. So, or the plane, whichever way you want to look at it. But yeah, they've subtracted $60 when you buy them together. You either take it off the airplane and you're paying full price for the battery, or you take it off the battery and you're paying full price for the plane. They did the same thing when I bought the Havoc and the EC 1500. Those both came with batteries as well, and so it was a big savings. It was a 100C battery, or yeah, I think it was. I'm not sure. I think it was a 100C battery that came with the Havoc. That battery was over 100. I think it was $120 or something, and the battery was free. So you got the battery for free. You buy the plane, you got the battery for free. So yeah, I paid $399 for the Havoc, and I got a free battery with it. The same thing with the EC 1500. It was also $399, and I got a free battery with it. Now that battery's a little cheaper. It was a 4-cell, and only like 30C or 50C, I forget. So it was a cheaper battery. So the savings wasn't as big as it was on the Havoc, but both of those came with free batteries. So yeah, deuces. That's a good way to look at it. What, Jeff? Jeff in LA, you feel stupid again? Why? What? I missed something. What did I miss? Yeah, that's true. Wives cost way more than RC planes. It's much cheaper to rent than buy. Trying to get the prop off? Why are you having trouble getting the prop off? There's nothing special about the way that prop mounts. Yeah, especially if you're divorced. Roach! Roach Coach, what's up? Yeah. Airvex, what's up, buddy? Happy Thursday. Hey, right back at you, buddy. Oh, you got it off now? Okay, good. Yeah, I had the Dynam 190, and that wasn't a bad plane. Air Marshal has it too. A guy traded me a plane for it. He just had to have it, so we traded. I think I traded him that for the original Ultima biplane. It was brand new, and I took that up to the hobby shop and sold it for $200. So I made out okay on that deal. Um, I put it on consignment at the hobby shop, and they sold it for $200. So yeah, I just I really didn't like the way it flew. It flew okay, but I did in the color scheme, the orange and blue just didn't work for me at all. Now the new one with the red and black, I like that one. That's pretty. So yeah, I really like that much better than the orange and blue. So you thought the prop nut had set screws? No, no, just a standard old nut on it. What was interesting about that prop though is the prop is a one piece prop and it floats in the hub, which is kind of cool. It's different. What's a PZFW190? Oh, Park Zone. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. Yeah. So Jeff's got me convinced to buy the Albatross. At $2.99, I'm a player. I think I might just pull the trigger on that one. Yeah, I got a Tweety bird. Yeah, all right. So I'll tell you the story how I got this bird. It's pretty funny. Um, I was I've had him about 8 or 9 years now, I think. So I was working on my car at the other house, the old house, in the backyard, and I was doing a motor swap, and so I had the two cars pulled in there. The Cadillac I was taking the motor out of it, and vice versa. And while I was working, um, this guy lands on the roof, and he's on my gutter, and he's doing everything to get my attention. You know, he's pacing back and forth and banging on the gutter and just being a real piece of work to get my attention. And yeah, the 262 is very tempting. Boy, I tell you, I really like that. It's pricey though, but I don't know. It's on sale right now. It's 150 bucks off, and I'm really looking at that one hard just to have it. I think it's cool. So, and then he gets in the tree and he's swinging on a branch in the tree, and he's just being as comical as he can be to get my attention. So, and I had parakeets, and so I knew I had some food in the house. So I went to the house and I got him a little bowl of water and some food, and I put it on the Cadillac hood while I was working on the other car. So he flew down and he ate and drank a little bit. And then he went back up on the roof and he was hanging on the gutter again, and he was being more obnoxious than the first time to get my attention. And and then I had to mount. I've got my own tire machines, so I was mounting a tire. And those machines are pretty noisy. And he flew out of the tree and landed on my shoulder while I was mounting a tire. And um, I kept working. And he just sat on my shoulder the whole time. He wouldn't leave. And none of the noise was scaring him off. He was just hanging out with me. And so I went in the house and I put him in the bathtub, and I went to Walmart and bought that cage, and he's been with me ever since. So that's my little bird story, how I got him. So, and these birds are, we went to the pet store to see, what kind of bird he is. And they tell me what he is, but I forget the name of him. And I know, George, right? So I said the same thing. I'm done buying jets. I don't want any more jets. And I really don't want any more jets. And then they come out with that 262, as beautiful as it is. So, yeah. Well, I guess it's going to be on sale till December. So I got a lot of time to think about it. Um, so we'll see. But, yeah, anyway. So, yeah, so that's how I got him. And, yeah, I do like the 262. It's pricey though. I don't know if I'm gonna go there or not. Um, so we'll see. So Roach, he was alive. The dog didn't kill the bird. Yeah, George, same thing. I mean, I've got 10 jets, I think now. I don't need 10 jets. And and like I said, one of them I don't want anymore. I want to get rid of the MiG because it just doesn't fly long enough for me. So yeah, I'm going to get rid of that one before I buy another one. So it's a shame too because it's pretty. I mean, it's a beautiful airplane. Everybody at the flying field said that. I had it out there and they were like, "Wow, well, that thing is really good looking." And it really is. It's a nice looking plane, and it flies fine. It just doesn't fly long enough. So it's on sale for $12.50, Randy. So there you go. Normally $1,400. It's on sale for $12.50. Yeah, I want them all too. Oh, that's too bad. That's a shame. Yeah. Deuces, I just got the landing gear. It's in the box right here. So I'm gonna put these on probably tomorrow. I'm gonna go fly the pits this weekend. So yeah, I just got the replacement landing gear. So yep. So that's gonna be tomorrow's project. I'm gonna put the landing gear on the pits and get it loaded in the car for Saturday and Sunday this week. I'm not gonna be able to fly the Corsair anymore right now because of that one retract. So we're gonna put that actually on the box where the pits is sitting right now. I'm gonna pull the pits out and put the Corsair where the pits is sitting. I gotta do the curly shuffle to keep all these airplanes someplace. Yeah, Pearl Jam. I see. I don't mind that. I mean, I've got fast airplanes. But scale wise, that's fast enough. I mean, you guys seen the video on my P40. Man, that thing's a total slug if you want to consider how fast it is. But yeah, Deuces, I love the pits. I absolutely love it. I was so bummed when I saw how they had screwed up making that landing gear. That was terrible. I don't know who the idiot was that did that, but man, anybody that knows anything about steel would have known that was never going to work. So yeah, I was really disappointed in that. So, but I'm glad they had the new retracts or the new landing gear and get that back in the air. Um, so yeah, I don't mind that the P40 is very slow, but it's scale. I mean that it's for the size airplane it is. That's how fast it would go, and it looks great. It flies great. So the fact that it's slow doesn't bother me, and so I wouldn't really have a big issue with the Corsair either. But now that they put that new prop on it, it looks like it woke it up to definitely good enough for me. I would be perfectly happy with it. Uh, Ryan's video the other day with the new prop on it looked fine to me. Still no super speed demon, but plenty fast enough. I think it was about the same speed as my Corsair. It's probably doing 60, maybe 65. No screaming demon or anything, but that's plenty fast enough. It flew fantastic. The wing loading. This plane's a lot lighter than the FMS one, so the wing loading's much lighter on my version. So, it's very. It just goes like crazy. So, I mean, it went vertical with a 5200 pack in it. Like, I mean, it just kept going up. It was, you know, it went up a couple 100 feet with no problem at all. So yeah, Dennis, they re-engineered the gear. I'm sure they put a, they didn't cut the groove for the E-clip near as deep. I'm sure is how they fixed it. I haven't pulled this apart to look at it, but that's all it needed, and I'm sure that somebody figured that out and fixed it. Because they had cut this super, super deep groove to put this tiny little E-clip on it, and it just snapped where they had cut the groove because they cut more than halfway through it. It was ridiculous. That was just really stupid, engineering there. Yeah, new backdrop. Yeah, this is my living room. It's too cold outside. It was when I started at 9 o'clock. It was already in the mid 40s, and it was dropping fast. So, it's probably close to the 30s now. Let me see what it says. Yeah, it's down to 42. So, yeah, it's going to be really cold out there tonight. So, I was either going to have to end the show really early or just do the show in here. So, I decided to do the show in here. I know. Isn't that weird? Yeah, there's sometimes it's that cold down here. I mean, we've hit way below freezing here sometimes, and then some parts of the country it's way warmer. It's just how these cold fronts come in and out, whatever. But yeah. No, well, nobody has them in stock, Dennis. I mean, this problem went away a while ago, so I'm sure. Um, I mean, I think Horizon's the only place you can get that pits, and they've been out of stock for it for a while. So, and when they get them back in stock, they're going to have the new gear in them. Oh no, yeah, there's a wife here, Pearl Jam, ex-wife, but yeah, she's here. Roy, really, over 50 degrees there? That's awesome. Wow. Yeah, we've had a cold 2 weeks. It's barely broke 60 in the last 2 weeks. It hasn't gotten any warmer to like 58. I think Sunday it broke 60 for a couple of hours out at the field. I think it made it to 64 for about 2 or 3 hours, and then it started plunging again right away. Okay, something scrolled by here. Let me see if I can find that here. Oh, wrong remote. That's for the TV. I need this one. Under the floorboards? What's up, Joe? How you doing, man? I had to back up a minute. I missed something. Yeah, I'm still friends with both my exes and almost all my ex-girlfriends even. There's one that hates me, but she just hates the world. So, no, she's not under the floorboards. So, I'll give you a quick hangar tour here. Uh-oh. Hang on. Let me get this here. So it starts over here. There's a wing of a commander there, and then that's my E-Flite, or the old Park Zone Corsair, and then that's the E-Flite replacement of the Snorting Bull P-47, and then of course you guys know this one. That's the new Dynam. And then I've got a wooden model airplane up there, one of those carved, the tanker. And then over here's, back way over there is a Learjet. Up there. And then the rack. Hang on a minute. Let me turn this around. So there's my B2 and the Taft Hobbies Donyard 27, and there's my quarter midget Pollen Racer under the B2. That plane's 46 years old, something like that. And then under that is that's the Fly Zone Corsair, and then that's a balsa built up biplane. I can't remember the name of that thing. And then over there's the Riff Raff, and above it's a B-25. That's the HSD B-25. That's the FMS 0 that's upside down. And then we got another rack over here. Well, we'll go to the couch. Okay, so here's the YF-23 fuselage. I haven't put it together yet. And then that's the Old Crow Mustang next to it that I'm putting back together. And the Havoc's here. And then P39 here on the coffee table. And the 105, I think it is. Is that what it's called? The F-105 down there. And then the Yak 130's up here. Yeah, right there. And then of course the Cessna's up there. And then over here, back over, and you can see in the behind the Yak is the FMS 109. That's in the kitchen. And then on the rack over there, at the top is that's the Dynam Cessna 188, dusty crop hopper. And across from that is, in the dark over there, is the HSD A1 Skyraider. And then below that is the 1700 Redtail Mustang from FMS. And below that is the Night Radiant, and it's sitting on top of the FMS A10, which I know you're having trouble seeing that. And then below that, you can't see, is the LX A10 that's sitting below the FMS A10, which is the Night Radiant sitting on that. And then next to it is or across from it is the L4 Grasshopper. Below that is the Dynam 262. You can't really see because it's too dark over there, but it's directly behind the F-22 that's sitting right there on the box. And then there's a few more planes in box. Oh, most of these boxes have airplanes in them that these other planes are sitting on. And then there's a giant PC-9 that's a build-up kit over there in a box. So that's the living room area of the house. The back bedroom's worse. There's two more racks like that full of airplanes. Then there's planes on the floor, and so that's why we're building a garage, because there's just no room in here for any more airplanes, or to live in, for that matter. No, actually, the ceiling fan is clear of the airplanes. I made sure of that when I put the racks in. So yeah, you can turn the ceiling fan on. It won't hurt anything. Yeah, it's not a drug habit. Okay, well, it's a lot healthier than a drug habit anyway. Uh, so, so anyway, yeah. So you guys hear me talk about all these airplanes. Well, now you've seen, like 25% of them. Okay, because like I said, those two racks. The same two racks are in the bedroom, full of airplanes. And then there's airplanes on the floor and under the table, in between the two tables. The wings behind the door, like the P-40 wing and the Carbon Z T-28 wings, are behind the door because they're 80 inches tall, and so I tucked them behind the door. Yeah, get help. Thanks, Jeff. Yeah, see, George knows. He's doing the same thing. Yeah, I need a warehouse. The garage I'm building 40 by 60, so it damn near is a warehouse. Um, yeah, I don't know what happened. Hopefully I'm dead by the time the garage is full. Pearl Jam. So, yeah. Yeah, I'm going to be on the next episode of Hoarders. Listen, there aren't any empty pizza boxes or anything like stacked in the corner or nothing. There's just airplanes. It's lots and lots of airplanes. So, and then out in the garage, there's two half racks like these above the car where the cars are parked, that have airplanes in them. And then there's two build tables next to where I shoot the show out in the garage, and that's got airplanes covered all over it. And then there's my carport has a car in it, and there's planes all over the car. And then there's everything I took out of the hobby shop when I closed it. The display cases and everything are on the other side of it. And there's airplanes on top of that. And a toolbox with airplanes on top of that. And then out in the barn, there's my Camaro's out in the barn, and there's airplanes on that, and there's airplanes on. There's a bunch of so there's airplanes everywhere. And right now there's 11 airplanes in the car. So yeah, Kermit Weeks. Yeah, exactly. Kermit has, he's got airplanes all over the place. I mean, not just in his own buildings. He's got separate buildings where he's got airplanes, and he's loaned them to museums. So there's a lot of his planes are on loan at other museums that are being displayed, and so yeah, it's hey, David Martin Graff, what's up, buddy? She's in the bedroom, and and she's and there's airplanes in the bedroom too. There's actually one on the bed with her. So she sleeps with one of my planes. Yeah, yeah, I'm just plain crazy. There's no doubt about it, guys. You know, it's a sickness. What? Amen. She said amen. Hey, it keeps me out of trouble. I'm not in bars, you know, not getting drunk. Um, not out picking up girls. I'm playing with airplanes. Fred Barron, what's up? Yeah, same thing, Fred. Yep, they're on the floor between the tables, and yeah, right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, yeah. I'm drunk on RC airplanes. Yeah, you can whip me with anything. Just don't touch the airplanes. Yep, still cheaper than golf or boating. Yep, that's true. uh, so yeah, it's it never used to be like this, guys. Back in the day when you were buying balsa planes, um, and building them, the detail and the scaleness just wasn't there. And listen, I've seen some of the best builders in the world, and they still never go to the detail that we get in these foam airplanes. I mean, the amount of detail they put in these damn foam airplanes, because they only have to do it once, and then they can make 10,000 copies of it after they've made the mold. So, they can spend a lot of time, 2 years if they have to make a mold, and then they print out, 10,000 airplanes. So the detail on these things is just incredible. And I don't know, you guys probably built the little plastic models when you were kids and stuff. I know I did. And they had a lot of detail on them too, but now you can buy planes with that much detail and go fly them, which is just freaking incredible. So yeah, that's why I'm so obsessed with this. Is it's just these things are so beautiful, and they fly. Yeah, I'm on EPO. I'm gonna have to use that one, Pearl Jam. I like that. That's a good one. Oh my God, that's true. That's funny. Oh yeah, George. Yeah, same thing. They make a mold, and then they lay all the glass and everything in the mold and make a composite airplane with all that same detail. It's the balsa airplanes that they don't go to that much detail, and they're still beautiful airplanes. But now that with all the detail that's in them and everything, it's just incredible. So, one of the guys in the old club I flew at down here used to build all scratch build, you know, scale airplanes to compete with. He wanted to take them, to competitions and compete. So he'd bring us all the paperwork, all the photos, and all of his stuff, and he'd set the plane down and give us all the paperwork and say, "Okay, judge the plane." So we start nitpicking it to death, and he's not mad at us. He just knows that the judges are going to do the same thing. So all the stuff we're seeing wrong with the airplane, which it's beautiful, don't get me wrong, but it doesn't match the photo exactly. And if any of you guys ever been to a scale event, they nitpick everything. So no, I missed that yesterday. When was he talking about that? Papa Boozer. I missed that. That sounds good, Lee. Yeah, I'm only a little more than an hour away from there. So yeah, that'd be great. I've been over there so many times. Man, it used to be so cool. Um, and the I mean, it was kind of, it was done up like Disney. It was all theme stuff, and you went in the museum, and okay, so here's how you started in the museum. You go through these two double doors, and you walk into the fuselage of a C-47, and it's dark. It's really dark. There's wind blowing. The jumper door is open. The lights are above the door. The red light's on, and you're supposed to, when the light turns green, you're supposed to jump out. Okay, engines are running. The sound of engines are running, and the lights on, and you're supposed to skydive, right? You're gonna jump. It's dark in there, so you can't really see what's going on. And that's the entrance to the museum, right? That's the first thing when you go. As soon as you go through the doors, you step into the fuselage of a C-47, and then you skydive out of it. You're only jumping down a couple of feet. It's nothing, but it's just cool, right? And I think they had a rubber mat there in case you lost your footing. You'd end up on a rubber mat anyway, so you wouldn't get hurt. And then there was just rows and rows and rows of sandbags, 8 foot high, that led you around through the museum. And there was different stops to go to see an airplane or a video run-in, and then you'd come to a tent, like on a runway where you stayed as if you were in the Army. And you'd go in there and sit down on a bench, and there's a movie running. It's a briefing. And it's a silhouette of a guy, with the cap on and everything, and a pointer stick, and he's pointing to, a map, aerial map. And, so the mission today is, so you're in a mission briefing. And I think there were 3 or 4 of those throughout the museum when you were walking around. And then you got to one place where you were, the whole scene was a night runway, and this wall over here was covered in ground clutter, bushes, leaves, trees, and they had noises, all you could hear animals running around in the leaves, and owls hooting and all that kind of noise. And then there's two mechanics, mannequins animated, working on a B. There's a whole B-17 sitting there, and one guy's laying on top of the wing and he's wrenching on a motor from the top, and there's another guy underneath, and then you'd go to the back of the plane, and there was a staircase to go up in, step into the door on the side of the plane, and then you'd walk back up through the plane, and the bomb bay doors are open, and there's a movie running underneath you that shows the ground going by like you're flying over Germany. And same thing, motors are running. There's a vibration in the plane, and the engine sounds, and there's wind, and the whole thing. And you walk through the whole fuselage of the airplane. You have to actually walk between the bomb bay doors. There's a real narrow little. The structures are there to hold on to, but you had to walk that narrow little run between the bomb bay doors. And you go past the radio navigation station, the radio station, and you get up to the above turret, and then you get to the flight deck. The pilot and the co-pilot are sitting there, and then they had cut a hole in the airplane right there, in a staircase went down out of the front of the airplane, and that's how you exited it. And then the whole thing was like more sandbags. You get to another tent, another briefing. Just it was an amazing museum. And then you get out to the hangar, and there were there's airplanes everywhere, and that part's still there. But he built another hangar on the other side of the grounds now, and he moved everything over there because now everything in the main building is where they're building everything. He's got the new wood shop where they're building, soft with camel wings and covering them with material and all that kind of stuff. So a lot of that area is gone now. There are still some airplanes parked there, but most of it's over in the other hangar now. And but yeah, if you'd ever been over there when it first opened and saw that whole, the way it was set up was beautiful. That was one of the coolest museums I've ever been in. The way it was laid out was just so cool. And now it's just airplanes. You go over there and there's no theme. There's nothing going on. No animation of it. It's just a bunch of airplanes. So it only takes a couple hours to walk around and see everything. There's nothing going on that. Now the main building still has the 50s soda shop. The 50s style restaurant soda fountain kind of place. You can go over there and eat when they're open, and that's pretty cool still. And I think they moved the gift shop over to the other building now. So yeah. Yeah, they're working on phase 3, but I don't know. I don't think at the speed he's moving, I don't think he's going to live long enough to see phase 3 even finish. He's just not moving very fast on it, and I don't know if he's having second thoughts whether he wants to spend that much money to do it, or I don't know what's going on. But they haven't broken any ground or anything. They're just still in the planning stages. It's so there's nothing really going on over there. I don't know what's going to happen with phase 3. Still a cool place to go, but yeah, it's kind of. I missed something. Hang on. Where am I? Is this the one? Can't keep these two straight. No, it's this one. Something news said something. Oh, Airborne RC lost all my models today when the IX-12 crashed mid-flight. Oh, that just happened to somebody else. Oh, Air Marshal had the same thing happen. His IX-12 did the same thing. He lost all of his models too. So He blamed himself, though. He said he did it. He screwed it up. So, but yeah, he had trouble with his IX-12 too. Yeah, that's what Air Marshal said too. He should have backed them all up. I guess he had some of them backed up, but not all of them. Yeah, well, I guess he's wore out from, um, producing Ryan's show. I don't know. He could be here lurking too. Who knows? You never know. All right, EQ. Man, have a good night, buddy. Yeah. Yeah, sure you are, Brian. Yeah, get the laundry clips out. There you go. Yeah, clothespin bingo. You know, not a really great system because too many people ignored the pin and turned the radio on anyway. So, all right, deuces. Have a good night, buddy. All right, Ken. We'll keep I'll try to keep you posted so you can listen. Jeff, do you know how many airplanes you can buy for what that IX-12 costs. Oh my God, you're like the guys that buy Snap-on toolboxes just to have it says Snap-on on it. You make your living with the tools in the box, not the box. So, you know. Hamilton, what's up, buddy? Good to see you, man. Yeah, that's a much better idea. You know, I think I'd do the NX-10 myself. You love boxes. Yeah, we know. You love them so much you keep your airplanes in them. No, the tools are great. But the box doesn't, you don't make a living with the box. You know, you put Snap-on tools in the box. You go buy a cheap box at Harbor Freight or someplace. And then you put all your high dollar tools in the box. Because the box doesn't do anything. It just holds the tools. You don't make a living with the box. Listen, when I went to Georgia during my first marriage divorce, I went to work at a Honda dealership up there. And a motorcycle dealership. I went in there and got all these brand new young mechanics, all fresh out of mechanic school, and then every one of them had a brand new Mac toolbox or a Matco, a Snap-on. They all had name brand boxes, all of them. And you open the drawer and there's like 3 screwdrivers in the screwdriver drawer, and 1 set of wrenches in the wrench drawer, and it was ridiculous because they spent all their money on the box. They didn't have any money for tools to put in the box. So I get there, and I asked one of the guys to come help me get my toolbox out of the car, and it was a 12-drawer Craftsman box, okay? And it probably weighed 300 pounds, easy. No exaggeration, because when we went to pick it up, he was like, "Oh my God, what do you got in this thing?" And I just looked at him and laughed. Tools! Unlike your box that only has empty drawers, my box is full of tools. And mostly, there were a lot of Craftsman tools, but I had a bunch of Snap-on stuff too. And so when we got it on the bench inside, I opened the drawers, and I've got like eight sets of wrenches stacked one on top of the other, and screwdrivers from end to end, facing this way and back the other way, in between. And I mean, I just, thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars worth of tools. The box was $400. So, yeah, so they were always coming over to borrow tools from me. When they were working on something, they needed a tool. They always came and borrowed something from me because they don't have any tools. So, yeah, now I'll forever be a permanent fixture on Facebook, sleeping on my couch. So you ordered the plane, did you, Dana? They still had them? That's great. Good for you, man. Yeah. Well, hopefully you weren't driving it, Jeff. I don't. I'm pretty sure all of these guys are flying Fataba on their good, the big stuff. Um, I think Ryan, you probably just prodded him a little bit. He had already had me check Obby King last Friday to see if they still had it. So whatever you said to him made him just pull the trigger. But he was already on the fence. You just pushed him over. No, no, he just I don't know if he was in the Zoom on his phone or what, but he couldn't easily look up the plane, so he had me do it for him. Uh, it looks good, Che. I just think it's overpriced, just like the Mustang. I loved it too, but I think it's just too much money. Right, Jeff. I agree. If it was a 2 meter ship, I'd be all over it. Well, you have the Mustang, don't you, Shay? Really, Ryan? Oh, I'm glad you laughed after you said that. God, if you were sending me to watch the RC Sailors to fly, and I was like, oh my god. You had to go in there for a minute. Oh my god. Why do you think that is, Ryan? I would have thought, Rich would have got one, and RC Geek. I'm really surprised, RC Geek didn't get one. Yeah, see, that's the whole reason that they're doing away with on their batteries. They're doing away with the balance lead. Is they're trying to force you into buying only their stuff. See, if you don't have one of their smart chargers, then you can't balance charge their battery because it doesn't have a balance lead on it. If you have a balanced or a battery checker, you've got nothing to plug it into. So now the only way you're going to be able to test that stuff is to buy all their smart stuff. I mean, it's great marketing. I mean, they're trying to get you, wrapped around their finger. If you're gonna go Spectrum, you got to go all Spectrum. And that's what they're doing, which I think is a mistake because I like their batteries, and if they were still selling them with balance leads on them, I'd buy them. But I'm not gonna buy them now, and I even have a smart checker, but and a smart charger, but I'm not gonna buy the Gen 2 batteries. That doesn't work for me. I need a balance lead on it. So I don't know why they would take that off. You don't have to plug it in. If you want to use the smart checker and the smart charger, you don't have to plug the balance lead in. It'll work. It'll do its job just the same way. So I just don't get why they're cutting the balance lead off of it. It doesn't make any sense. They're shooting themselves in the foot with that one. It's because they're eliminating people like me that would have bought it, and my telemetry for my battery has to plug into the balance lead, and now there isn't one, so now I can't use it, so I won't be buying any of their batteries. So that's just stupid. I like their batteries. I've got 3 of them, and I haven't had any problem with any of them. I really like them, so I'd have been buying more of them, but not now, So, and it's not even the Spectrum, non-Spectrum thing. Listen, I've got at least 30 of the old tech E-Flite stuff that all has the old receivers in it. Am I supposed to rip all that stuff out and buy all new smart stuff so that I can use these Gen 2 batteries to fly all those planes? I mean, this doesn't make any sense. I don't know what they're thinking. I'm not going to get rid of all these airplanes and replace them with new, or rip all the electronics out and replace it with new smart stuff just so I can use their new smart batteries. It doesn't make any sense. It's just stupid. I don't know what they're thinking. So anyway, that's just it's a shame, honestly, because I like their batteries. I would have been buying them, You know, but if they're this Gen 2 idea is crazy. Exactly, Dana. That's exactly why they're doing it. They're trying to force everybody to buy their radios and buy all their stuff, and then I guess they want you to replace all your old stuff with new stuff because it's not reverse engineered. You can't use any of your old stuff with the new stuff. It's not going to work. I mean, you're not going to be able to use the telemetry and everything. So, I just don't know what they were thinking. It doesn't make any sense. Forget whether you're flying Spectrum or not. If you've got old Spectrum stuff, it doesn't work with the new. So, I just don't. I can't imagine people are actually going to get rid of all their old airplanes just so they can buy all new stuff to stay current with the new tech. Oh, I don't have my pennies in a bunch. I'm just stating a fact, that I would have bought their batteries if they were still putting balance leads on them. Yes, it does what, Ryan? What are you talking about? Yeah, I agree with that one. The way they're going is they don't care. They're profit driven. Ray, what's up, buddy? Good to see you, man. No, Ryan, the new Gen 2 batteries without a balance lead, it doesn't work. You can't plug it in and get telemetry on the old stuff. It's not in it. So the whole plugging it in and getting the telemetry on your radio and all that, you have to have a new radio and then you have to change the speed control and the receiver in the old plane if you want all that to work. So no, it's not compatible. And then it's not compatible with my stuff either without a balance lead on. If all they had to do is leave the balance lead still on there, I can plug my telemetry into it and it still works. Now it doesn't. So, yeah, it doesn't make sense. Yeah, okay, well, all right, the battery checker works. Great. So I can, if I have the new smart battery checker, yeah, I can plug the main lead into that and get my batteries voltages. That's it. That's the only thing that's compatible. You can't plug it in the airplane and get telemetry on your old stuff. So, you know, it just doesn't make sense. Right, exactly, Fred. Buy other batteries. Problem solved. It's exactly right. So, any money I was going to spend on new batteries from the new smart batteries, I won't be spending now. Oh, they're not getting rid of the Gen 1 batteries? Oh, I thought they were replacing the Gen 1s with the Gen 2, so they're still going to make both? Yeah, I think you've said that once or twice, Jeff. Maybe even three times. Spectrum. What else? What's your favorite radio, Reitza? Roach. Your phone's hilarious. Fred. Oh, Dennis, don't leave. How about those? I don't know what football team? The Chargers, the Steelers. How about don't leave on our account, Dennis. Yep, George, you hit the nail on the head. Exactly. That's exactly it. You know, I don't know why everybody else doesn't understand that, but you're exactly right. Yeah, Dennis, me either. When they made all the rule change, I haven't watched pro football in a long time. All the rule changes they made, I don't even understand the game anymore. You know, offensive pass interference. What? Yeah, I stopped watching pro ball. I don't. I just don't. Can't watch it anymore. That and NASCAR. I used to be a huge NASCAR fan, and with all these new rules and the three phases, and yeah, I don't watch NASCAR anymore either. Hardly ever. Um, yeah, it's just I don't know. I don't understand why it's been working for 100 years, and now they have to change it. And I know the football change happened years ago, and I stopped watching it years ago. Um, it's the game just doesn't seem right anymore. So yeah, I heard Cleveland was in the playoffs. Yeah, I heard it. I didn't see it. Don't know anything about it because I'm not watching it. But yeah, I heard that. So yeah, that's cool. I like that. But I'm probably still not going to watch it. So I'd much rather go flying than stay home and watch football or a NASCAR race or whatever. So, and since they're usually at the same time, I'm always out flying. Now, one of the guys I fly with, he's been in the chat many times, Ben Miles. He stopped going out on Saturdays to fly because he wants to stay home and watch football. Yeah, okay, go ahead. Oh, cool. Good job, Lee. That's great news. Good to know. You're gonna fly it this weekend? Go Bills. There's Wrights again. He's just steer the pot. He's just gonna steer the pot. one more lap around. We just. uh, oh, wrong one again. Oh, no kidding, Jeff. Your son plays lacrosse? I don't even know that game very well, but that's cool. I mean, you know, it's different. There you go. See, George, you and I are like just made out of the same, cut from the same cloth. You know, you'd still rather fly than watch football. So, oh, I love the Red Bull Air races. They discontinued it though. I guess that series is done now. That's a bummer. I love watching that. Yeah, Imps is great too. I love watching that. Oh, absolutely. Now, George, NASCAR was much better back in the '80s. You know, it's terrible now. All right, Shay. It's good seeing you, man. Thanks for stopping in. You have a good night, man. Right. Yeah, Paul. Back then, when there was no speed limit on pit road, and you know the rules were much different, it was way more exciting to watch than now. You know, these are stricter plates on the cars, and now they've gotten to these three segments of the race, and yeah, they've ruined NASCAR. NASCAR used to be awesome, you know, and they've ruined it. So now it's not worth watching. Yeah, Brian. That's so true. You know that's. I think I'm gonna save. I'm gonna send Dave a NASCAR shirt and tell him to wear it when he's flying. We'll see if he can put two and two together and figure out why he's got a NASCAR shirt on. That's hilarious. Night, Jeff. Oh my god, that's hilarious. Had to what, Pearl Jam? I've had my 182 for over a month. I got in on the first bunch. Love that airplane. Everybody loves that airplane. The out at the flying field, everybody just loves that airplane. You mean would I if I had to kill one of them? Nancy. Yeah, if I had to kill one of them, I'd kill Nancy for sure. Fred Barron, thank you so much, buddy. Thank you, man. That's awesome, man. You're my hero. Bus tokens for the hangar tour. You're awesome, Fred. Thank you so much, buddy. Yeah, yeah, that's true. Yeah, you're probably right. I'll get impeached. You know, Nancy's all over that, so yeah, I'd be in big trouble for that. Yeah, George, I agree. After Dave's last week, you know, if anybody was going to get taken down, that would have been it. And we all helped. It wasn't just Frank and Dave. The chat was the chat was more fun than they were having for sure. Oh my god, that was hilarious. Yeah, Pearl Jam, that's a really good question. Yeah, how did they do that? I haven't heard anything about Dave's page getting taken down. He would have called me if he did. So yeah, I'm sure he's still fine. I'm pretty sure he's got the page marked not for kids, so um, he's probably okay. Yeah, Air Marshal was on a roll. Oh my god. Yeah, he was just, doing Ryan's show for him, producing it. So I don't know where he went. As soon as he got done with Ryan's show, he disappeared. Oh, he's working on a website. Oh, I gotcha. Probably yours. Right, Ryan? You got him doing some side work again for you? Ray, you're afraid of Florida? For what? What are you afraid of over here? Okay, gators are not an issue at all. Snakes have never been an issue here for me. Hurricanes, they're not that bad. They're better than tornadoes, I can tell you that. And we rarely get those. Um, yeah, you say that now, Ray. But when that part of the state slides off into the Pacific, that they've been predicting for 100 years now. Yeah, sinkholes. Yeah, yeah, we have our share of things. Um, I've been through like 4 hurricanes now, I think, and they really weren't the big issue from for where I was. I know a lot of people, you know, had a lot of trouble, but listen, believe it or not, the gators down here. There's a park that's not far from here, and there's two giant gators that come out of the lake and lay on the bed. They walk up under these 2 trees and sleep there, and people walk over and sit on them. I'm not kidding you. They don't care. You know, it's like, whatever. It's not like they're tame, but we don't look like lunch to them. Now, if a little dog walks by, that's different. That looks like lunch to them. They're all over a little dog, but a human being, they don't mess with us. They don't give a crap. Yeah, lightning. That's it. Thanks, Matt. Bring that one up. Yeah, that's true, Pearl Jam. You get plenty of warning, weeks in advance that there's a hurricane coming. So, you can easily get out of the way of one if you're worried about that. Or you can stick it out like I did and do what you can to, like, we were going to hit, I forget which one it was, but we got hit directly by one of the hurricanes. And I used my big cars as anchors, and I strapped the house down with tow straps. I threw them over the roof and hooked to a car here, a car there, over to the other one, car over there, over to that car over there. So I had the whole house strapped down to my big ass heavy cars, and we did fine. We didn't have any problem at all. Oh, the pythons are down in the Keys, down the Everglades. There aren't any pythons around here. And now, they're on the, they want you to hunt them down here. I mean, they pay you to kill them down here right now. Because of the takeover, it's really messing up the ecosystem. So there's people down here now making a living hunting pythons. So, that's not really an issue anymore. These guys are making good money, killing them. And like I said, and they're all down in the Everglades. So the rest of the state, we don't have a python problem. It's just in the Everglades. Yeah, I wouldn't want to live up in the tornado alley. Yeah, I'd much rather stay down here at the hurricanes. The hurricanes are nowhere near as deadly as tornadoes. See, it's not the hurricane, guys. I don't. There's a lot of misconception. It's not the wind from the hurricane that really is the problem. It's the debris that is being thrown around by the hurricane. Like your house is going to withstand the hurricane for the most part, unless, a car or something goes flying through your house because the wind picked it up and threw it, or, a telephone pole, and then once the house is compromised and the wind can get inside and lift the roof, so it's the flying debris is the problem. Air Marshal, where am I? Where are you? Where you been? I'm in the house. Where I was sleeping on the couch that you posted up. Here. Here. Does this look familiar? Is that, there you go. We've been asking for you all night. We didn't know where you were. Oh, God. uh, yeah, well, there's lots of guys down there hunting them, so they're. So, George, are you in Tornado Alley in Kentucky? Is that where. Do you have a lot of tornado problems there? Yeah. Wow, Bill. That's for sure. Yeah, do it again. My camera wasn't ready. Just just scroll the window back. You can get it. Yeah, no, there's no Bigfoot, but there's a Loch Ness monster. Oh, okay, George. Well, that's good. Ryan's anaconda don't want none. Hey, look who's here, Captain Photon. What's up, Ricky? How you doing, man? Oh, Roach Coach, is that what you're calling it these days? uh, Your anaconda has wings. Yeah, there you go. You're out of the hospital. What happened, Ricky? Did you have your implants removed? What the hell happened? That's good to hear, Ricky. We don't want you to lose those. What's up, Michael? Good to see you, man. Rachel. There you go, Ricky. Check Tech, Don, what's up? Good to see you, man. Yeah, Fred, probably. Nuts to butts. Yeah. I remember that part. I decided not to go down that road tonight. Oh, God. Is the Arrows F-15 up on their page yet, or are we just looking at the snapshot stuff? Yeah, I saw the video of it. I actually saw it on your show, Jeff. I watched your show and saw the video. Well, one of them. Yeah, that part I knew, Ray. I think that was a bad call, but whatever. That's just my opinion. You know, hauling around ESCs, two fan units, two motors. Um, I just don't think that's efficient. Of course, you're going to say that, Marshall. You love F-15s. You know, if they come out with a die-cast one this big for $800, you're going to buy it. Who are you kidding? Oh, I love F-15s. I watched the video. It was a 3-minute flight, just like the MiG-29. You know. Yeah, maybe not for $800. Okay, $799. Yeah, better, yes, but longer, no. That's going to be the problem with the F-15. You know, the flight that he did on that I watched on Jeff's show, it was a 3-minute flight. That's my only complaint. I love the MiG 29. I think it's beautiful. You know, it just yeah, I can't. And I've tried all different size batteries, and it just isn't going to fly longer than 3 minutes. You know, it just doesn't want to fly longer than 3 minutes. And I think the twin 64s is not, you know, weight to thrust ratio is not a good mix. I think a single 70 or an 80 even would have been a better choice than twin 64s. All right, Roach Coach. Man, it's good to see you, man. Thanks for stopping in. Yeah, man, I noticed that too. The no gear doors. That was kind of, you know, I don't know. Well, it's got plenty of power, Dave, but it's using so much energy to create that power that's why the flight times are no good. And the bigger battery you put in it, the heavier it is, and it just takes more power to fly it. So every size battery I've tried in the thing, I can't get more than 3.5 minutes out of it. You know, I've throttled it back. I've tried everything. I just can't get more than 3.5 minutes out of it. So and the 15 looks very similar to the 29 in size. You know, the wing size. You know, it's probably going to be kind of heavy wing loaded, just like the 29, and that's what makes the flight time so low. So right, Ray, exactly. If the plane was bigger, it would allow for more battery choices. The wing loading would be less. It'd be a lot. Um, it would open the door for bigger batteries and still be able to throttle it back and get longer flight times. You know, but it just isn't happening with the 29. I've tried every size battery I have, all from a 3300 up to a 5200, and it didn't matter which battery I put in it. It still only flew 3 minutes, 3.5 minutes. So it lands a lot nicer with the 3300 in it. You know, it's the wing loading's so much lighter that the nose gear doesn't compress and break off the pitot tube, and so yeah, it's so the 3300s fly the best, and that's what I'm selling with it, the 3300s, because I don't need those small batteries in anything else I fly. So, but yeah, it flew best with those, you know. But yeah, I mean, other than that, I love the airplane. It's beautiful. You know, it's a good looking airplane. It flies nice. It just doesn't fly very long. Right, Dave. And that's why, you know, I think, you know, like I said, for me, and again, that's the only reason I'm selling my 29 is, you know, it's just not right for me. I love the airplane. It's beautiful. It flies wonderful. You know, it's got lights, and you know, it's got everything you want. I mean, it's a great little jet. If it just flew longer, I would keep it. I just, you know, I want the flight time, and I can't get that out of that jet. Other than that, and listen, it's not going to break my heart if I have to keep it. It's not like I don't, you know, I can't fly it or you know whatever. But so, but yeah, it's yeah, Lee, I have a bird of time. You know, Ryan, I didn't think of that. That's a great idea. What was I thinking? Damn. Son of a bit. Okay, I'm keeping it. That's it. Ryan convinced me. He's the best salesman on the planet. He could sell ice cubes to Eskimos. I'm telling you. Oh my god, that's hilarious. Yeah, that's why you're a big deal for sure. Right, it's brilliant. What was I thinking? Apparently, I wasn't. Yeah, yep, overcharge them too for sure. You know, that's highly recommended. And cut off the balance leads. Yep, that'll save weight. That'll make them lighter, and less wing loading. Yep. Fred. With scissors, yes, and all at the right at the same time, not one lead at a time. No, 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 no. Now cut them all at the same time. What video did you post, Jeff? Let me put it up over here. This is kind of working out good tonight. I can watch videos and do other things on the other screen while I'm still running the show. So that's working out pretty good tonight. It's a nice looking F-15. I got to tell you. You know, if it wasn't for the 3-minute flight times, I like it. You know, George, I can't believe they posted that video as it is. I mean, didn't he realize that made him look like a dumbass? You know, is he trying to look like a dumbass? Does he think that's, driving people to his channel? I don't know what they're thinking. I just don't know. Yeah, with the gear folded like that, that looks like a 737. The wheels exposed. Yeah, Fred. There's 50 Shades of Grey. Oh, that's funny. Ryan, what's the projected date? Do you know when they're coming in? There's just something about that 15. It doesn't look right. I have no idea what it is. It just, overall, something looks different. Like the fuselage is too long, maybe? Or maybe the tails are too big? I can't put my finger on it. It doesn't look bad. It just looks different somehow. I can't put my finger on what it is that looks different. You know, it's not a bad looking plane. It looks nice. Who's my bro with all the RC information? I didn't know I had one. Hell, I'm the guy living under a rock. I never know what anything going on. Didn't you guys tell me that in one of the shows? Where have I been? What rock have I been living under? How come I hadn't seen that? Oh, I know why. Because I don't go on Facebook. That's why. All right, Jeff, buddy. Have a good night, man. I don't know, Dana. There's cheaper jets than that one out there. Um, you know, if it's the same price as the MiG, you're looking at $329. Honestly, I think one of the best bang for the bucks is the 80 millimeter BAE Hawk from FMS, $349 for an 80 millimeter fan, retract, gear doors, you know, and it flies awesome. I think that's a great value at $349. All right, George. Thanks for coming by, man. It's good to see you. Let us know if you decide to pull a trigger on one of those planes. You know, we all want to know. Yeah, Under Rock Hobbies. That's it. that's where I get all my planes. That's where I get all my plane information. Yep, still here. Didn't fall asleep yet. It's getting close though. It's about that time. No, I don't think I fell asleep till what, 2, 3? It was late. I think so now. You know, before there were other planes I thought were better value, but all those planes went up in price, and they've kept that one at 349. So yeah, I think that's, you know, probably one of the greatest jets you can get for the money. I think. I really like that one. That's one that's been on my list for a long time. I still want to get that one, even though I don't want any more jets. I am thinking about dumping a few and getting that one because I really like that one. Did our air marshal start his own hobby shop? He just realized the the stream was on pause. Oh. That's funny, Joe. All right, run for the hills. Take care, man. Have a good night. Which one's 325, Matt? Yeah, isn't they do have one. Which one is it? The F5? The Mirage and the F5. Oh yeah? Yeah, the guys, there's two guys at the field that just got the F5s and they love them. You know, um, that sucker is fast. Holy crap, that thing's fast. You know, I doubt you could get a 70 millimeter fan in that F15. It doesn't look like there's enough foam there to cut it out to get a fan in that size. Oh yeah, the intruder. Yeah, the intruder's pretty cheap. Yeah. Eat noodles? Where's the pizza? What are you talking about, farmer man? They're always eating pizza at this time of night. Yeah, I wouldn't. I would go for the FMS Hawk before I buy the free wing one. The guys that fly the free wing one out at our field seem to have a lot of trouble with them. You know, getting them to land right. I don't know. They just don't seem to have much luck with them. Though I haven't seen the one guy. I think he crashed his. I don't think he bought another one. So he's flying the L39, an Avanti, and the F5 now mostly. And he also has the intruder. Yeah, I don't think after he crashed. Then that's the second time now I think on his Hawk. He hasn't replaced it. And the other guy that keeps crashing his. I don't know if he's fixing it or not. He's been flying his L-39. He flew his F-5 and lost it. It was gone for a couple of weeks, but I found it. So he's working on that now, putting it back together. He's flying another jet, though. What's the other one he's got? Oh, he's got an F-22. He flies. So he's flying the F-22. And he's flying the L-39. I think those are the only two jets he's flying right now. Yeah, so the two guys have been flying the BA Hawk, the free wing one, that have not had great luck with them. I don't think it's worth it, Dana. Isn't that thing $380 or something? The 262? Yeah, I know Ryan loves the FMS Hawk. He's said that on many videos. He loves that airplane. Right now, I think, yeah, 425. Yeah, wow, that's getting up there. Yeah, I think right now probably the best jet out there overall is probably that BA Hawk from FMS. I think that's really a good stable platform. It's 80 millimeter. It's got an in-runner, battery efficient. I love the fact that it's got doors on it, so all the gear covers up when the retracts go up. It's just a great looking bird. I love the British flag on the tail. I just think that looks awesome. So yeah, I've been wanting that plane for a long time. Maybe I'll get it with the stimulus check. Which one is that, Fred? Is that the is that the new color scheme on the free wing one? They painted it green now. I remember seeing they changed the color scheme, but I don't remember what color it was. All right, Mafia. Have a good night, buddy. Thanks for stopping in, man. Oh, Nate's back on the bus. All right. I'm watching Rich unbox the L39 from Banana Hobbies, the 105 millimeter EDF. So what do you think of that new one, Fred? You know, the HSD 262. Uh, you know, Ryan, it's probably made by HSD. Honestly, you know, wouldn't surprise me a bit if HSD didn't make that plane for Banana Hobbies. Yeah, I love that plane, Matt. I mean, especially when like when the gear doors go close and it's all so smooth on the bottom. You know the and I love the British flag on the tail. I just really love that airplane. Um, and Captain Mike's flying it. Oh, you've got a different paint scheme planned for it anyway. Oh, wait, Blue Angels? Yeah, well, Ryan, no offense to Andy or anything. I love him, but I don't think he's privy to all of HSD's business opportunities. You know, if they were making planes for Banana Hobbies, there's no reason they need to tell Andy that. Um, but anyway, I mean, HSD's been making planes for Banana Hobbies for years. They're still making planes from like the the Cessna 182 that Banana's selling right now for $109. That's made by HSD, and it's the exact same plane that they sell under the FMS tag. So, that's been going on for a long time. Oh, wow, that was clever. Huh. I was just looking at... Rich just put one of the drop tanks on the wing, and you can mount it with the pylon on and then take the tank off the pylon, or you can take the tank and pylon off together. You can do it either way. That's kind of cool. No, Mickey, he's still awake. He's not sleep talking. He's still awake. He's looking right at me. Yeah, what? Yeah, we're talking about you. Yeah. Here, you want to say hi to everybody? Here. There you go. Say hi to everybody. Go ahead, say something. You've been talking all night. Oh, yeah? Yeah? Well, go ahead. Yeah. Now you're going to be quiet, huh? Yeah. Idiot. Can't really see him in there, can you? The camera's really not picking him up. I'd take him out of the cage, but that's kind of a fight. He has to bite me for the first, 5 seconds. And then he submits, but it's painful. Oh, yeah, you can see him in there. Not very well, but you can see him in there. Cuckoo bird? I just call him baby. I didn't know what else to call him. Couldn't think of anything clever. So he needs to be on every show now. I don't think so. Everybody's been crabbing all night about the bird making too much noise. Yeah, John, I'm in the living room because I'm sure it's in the 30s now. It was in the 40s when the show started, and there was no way I was going to go any distance out in the garage starting the show in the 40s. So I decided to just start the show in the house and stay in here. So yeah, too cold tonight. Way, way too cold tonight. 40. It's not 39 yet, but it's 40. So, yep, definitely too cold to be out in the garage. I ain't doing that again. No, he doesn't talk. Just makes chirpy noises and and starts squawking, but no talking. Yeah. If he was going to say anything, it'd be shithead. So. They all want you to say words. Your fan club. Yeah, they all want you to say words. How come you can't say any words? What kind of parrot are you? You goofball. Yeah, you're a goofball. He likes his beak rubbed. That's for sure. He definitely submits to that. Yeah, that's most people couldn't, Michael. If I don't get this garage built pretty soon, I'm not gonna either. Yeah. Worthless. Yeah, exactly. He probably does. When I'm not around. I'll let you take care of that, Marshall. You can rub them all you want. The 109 or the 190 right now is not even available without the combo, is it? I mean, it's right now. It's just the combo or not, right? I didn't see the non-combo on the page. So, night, Ken. Have a good night, buddy. Thanks for coming. Oh, so they have all three up now? Okay, because when I looked at it earlier this morning, they didn't even have pictures up yet. Just the plain combo package. Hey, thank you, man. Tug Hill, man, that's awesome, man. Thank you so much, buddy. Birdseed fund. Thank you, man. Yeah, I just got him this stuff. He really likes this stuff. Man, he's going through that like wildfire. So, I'll make sure he gets that. Hey, they bought you some food. Say thank you. Yeah, say thank you. Thank you, man. Yeah. Yeah, they like you. They bought you food. What do you think of that? He's just looking at me with his face up against the bars. Yeah, and he's just Um, honestly, flying probably, I'd say 65 flying, but probably over 100 total. Because I think I have about a dozen still in the box, and then I have um, a bunch of planes out in the garage, out in the barn that I forgot I even had. Um, so yeah, it's yeah. I'd say I probably have 65 to 70 planes ready to fly. The receivers are in them; they're ready to fly. Just throw them in the car and go. Um, and then the rest of them are either brand new in the box or still like in need of a lot of repair or a lot of finishing. I got a buddy of mine gave me a bunch of big uh, built up planes. Like I've got a Spitfire out in the garage. It's huge. It's gigantic Spitfire, but it's the airframe. No retracts in it. No motor in it. No servos in it. It's just the airframe. It's all painted and everything. It's a dark green and brown camo with the British rondelles on it. Um, so I've got a few planes like that. I got an AT-6 Texan out there. It's yellow, kind of like Ryan's Harvard. Um, and it's a big one. Fixed gear though. Um, those planes right now aren't even on the radar. For one, they're just too big. No place to work on them. When the garage is done, we can start and looking at doing something with those. Yeah, John. Well, most of the ones I have in the box are duplicates. When I get an airplane that I really really love, and then they put it on sale, or maybe it's just I just have the opportunity to buy another one. So I've got um, like my Viper Jet, the Taft Hobby Viper Jet. I got two of those. One's still in the box. I bought two of the EC 1500s. One's still in the box. I bought two of the when uh, Nitroplanes was still in business. The Airfield 1450 T28. So I have one that I'm flying. One's still in the box. Um, that plane I bought from Hobby King, the little uh, XXT, the Cessna. Bought two of those. One sitting right there, flyable. The other one's still in the box. What else? And then I just have some random stuff that I bought. Like I have, I think, five FMS 1450 Mustangs, and the only difference between them is the color scheme. So I have one still in the box. It's the Gunfighter color scheme that they discontinued a long time ago, and so I have that one still in the box, and then I have a bunch of built up planes. I've got a SIG T clip that's still in the box. There was another one out there. What was the other one that's still in the box? Another wood built up plane. So yeah, it's just, you know, A lot of them are just duplicates, and then some of them are just like the T-clip, for instance. I'm going to have to get a motor and a motor mount and do a lot of hobbying, to finish it. It's a wooden built up. It's not an ARF, so it's it's kind of an ARF, but it's not a plug and play kind of plane. It's going to need a lot of work, to finish it. I've got a giant. The fuselage is 6 feet long. PC9 Pilatus, and that could be. It's a composite fuselage and balsa wings. The wings are right here. And it's in the red arrow scheme. Yeah, here's one of the. This is the center wing panel here for the PC9. So the retract holes are right here. So that's the center section. So it's a big bird. So that one I haven't built yet. Oh, I've got another one of the ASW-28 gliders still in the box. I bought a second one of those, and the second one's still in the box. So I have a top flight 86 inch, I think it is. 86 inch, 89 inch. Big Beautiful Doll Mustang P-51 still in the box. It's like this one, it's all built, covered, but you got to do all the, you got to put all the bits in it. You got to put the motor in it, motor mounts, landing gear, all that. It's just the wooden composite fuselage, and that, you got to put all the bits in it. So I've got that out in the garage in the box. So yeah, I just have a bunch of airplanes, and some of them, like the Mustang, that Big Beautiful Doll, was given to me. I didn't buy it. That big Spitfire was given to me. The AT-6 Texan was given to me. Yeah, so just it's an addiction. It's like heroin. Well, Dave, don't you think they'll come out with a supplement copy of Real Flight, and we'll be able to do a free upgrade to get the 190? Hey, you don't like German planes anyway. What are you talking about? Why would you want the 190? You aren't going to buy it. You aren't going to. You promised you weren't going to spend your money on a German airplane. Go ahead, make a liar out of yourself. Go ahead. Dave, just get the FMS plane, man. That's the deal. You'll love that airplane. And it comes with the floats for $249. I mean, you can't beat that with a stick. It's just a great airplane. It really is. There's just no reason not to buy that one. That's the deal of the century. Exactly. And the Carbon Z it's like $500, isn't it? It was at least $399. I forget how much that thing is. Yeah, the Husky's nice. I like the Husky. Um, and it was such a toss up between those two planes. Um, but I don't think the Husky comes with the floats. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure it doesn't come with the floats. You're going to have to add floats. And then the Husky doesn't have plug-in wings. So you're going to have, every time you take the wings off to put it in the car, you're going to have to fiddle with the plugs to plug in the lights and the ailerons and the flaps. It's not a huge deal, but it's just one more thing. Um, yeah, so the Husky's on sale right now for $20 off, but that still puts it at more money than the PA-18, and it doesn't come with floats, and you have to deal with unplugging all the servos to take the wings off. Oh, the lights are wide in. Okay, so there's two plugs per wing. Okay, that's good to know. Thanks, Ryan. I didn't know that. I thought LX was the only one that put the lights on the aileron servo wire. Um, yeah, it was a tough decision for me too, and up until I found it on Banggood for 228, I was still on the fence. But when Banggood had the PA-18 on sale for 228, I bought it. I was like, okay, that's it. 228 comes with the floats and everything, free shipping. Yeah, had to do it. So no, the Cub doesn't come with lights. Yeah, that's true too. Though the Cub has the articulating gear like the PA-18. I really like the color scheme on the Husky. That's why I was struggling so much, because I really thought the Husky was beautiful. And I still like the red scheme better, but the orange looks good too. There's nothing wrong with the orange. It's a beautiful. I mean, it's just a beautiful airplane. Um, but like I said, what pushed me over the edge is when I found it for 228. That just with floats, with lights, with the articulating gear, plug-in wings. I just couldn't pass it up. I had to buy it. So oh guys, that's what I was going to show you tonight. I got my easy lights right here, guys. For you guys that haven't seen these, I meant to show those off earlier. Damn it. Yeah, these things are awesome. So there's some of the different different schemes you can use. What happened to my feed here? Why did that change? Did I bump it? I hope nobody's getting a seizure here. So you can't really tell. I've got them all blinking at different. They're all doing different things, but apparently that's not working out so good. So. Oh, there's my show. I bumped it on the wrong thing. Okay, so let me change these here. Oh, my show's paused. All right, we'll do the green one. So this is how they work. So you can have it look like this. Or this. Or this. I thought there was a steady on option. Apparently there isn't. So you can have the long single blink in and out. You know, the slow bit, or the double flash, or is it a triple flash? What do they do? Hang. Double flash. Oh, the constant flash. Yeah, double flash, constant flash, or the fade in and out flash. So, and then they come with this charge plug. I think I lost one of the charge plugs when it fell over. I could have sworn there were two different plugs in here, but I don't see it now. Could have sworn there was a second plug in here. Huh. There's some double-sided tape in here to tape them on. So they're definitely pretty cool, guys. I gotta tell you. I saw these down at the Boozer event. RC Informer was, playing with them, and then Gavin, yeah, Gavin was flying Dusk. He stuck these on his F-18, his E-Flite Thunderbird F-18, and they really, man, they're bright as shit in the air, man. You can definitely see these things. So they're pretty cool. And right now, best price I've seen them is at FMS. You can buy them direct from FMS for $19.99. That's been the best price I've seen on them. I could swear that there was a second plug in there.
Now let's see. Oh, there it is. I thought there was another plug in there. It flew all the way over there. Yeah, that's what I needed. So this plugs into a cell phone, not the new C jack, the old mini USB, to a plug, and and this plug plugs into the directly into the light. There's a jack on the side of the light here you plug in. And then if you don't have that available, there's a second plug in here that you can plug into one of those. Well, it's actually it's a balance lead for a 2-cell. So if you've got a charger for a 2-cell, no, it's not a 2-cell. It's a single cell. Yeah, there's only 2 wires. So, yeah, if you've got a single cell balance plug, it's what it looks like. So you can plug that into your charger, your quick charger. I wouldn't quick charge it, but just set the 0.01, 0.02, something like that, and slow charge it. Or you can use a cell phone charger. I just, I didn't have a plan of what I wanted to put them on when I bought them. I just saw them and I thought they were cool, so I thought, you know what, I'm going to get a set of those just for the hell of it. So I can tell you after buying them though, what I think I might put them on for a night fly is my Carbon ZT-28, because that plane needs lights. It really does. That plane would have been perfect with lights on it. And these are big enough to fit on there and look right on it. I mean, if these are stuck to that plane, they're going to look like the right size for the plane. They wouldn't be out of place at all on there. Where on, you put them on a smaller jet or something, they're way too big for it. Of course, once the plane takes off, they look fine in the air, but sitting on the runway, these lights are just way too big for that size plane, but they look perfect on the Carbon Z. So, anyway, yeah, I wanted to show you that to you guys. I forgot. I meant to show it earlier so everybody got to see them. I forgot all about them. Alright, so I haven't been able to watch the chat because I've been farting around with these. So, let me scroll back and see if I missed anything. Is this the right one? No. This one. Oh, no, I had the right one the first time. It is this one. Okay. Actually, let's not mess with that one. Let's do that one. Oh, Marshall made a decision. He's buying the Husky. All right. Well, the PA-18 has the reflex gyro in it, Dave, already. Don't forget that. As long as you don't buy it from Horizon, I guess. I guess if you buy it from Horizon, you don't get the gyro. I don't know. That's what I've heard. I don't know that for certain. No, it wouldn't be hard to make it a 6S bird, but I don't know what you would need it for. It's got plenty of power, Dave, with a 4-cell in it, man. It'll go straight up. And it'll go straight up until you turn it off. I mean, it just, the thrust to weight's ridiculous. So I don't know why you would want to make it a 6S. Ryan. more short bus jokes. All right. Oh my God. Uh, but wait, there's more. Post the link to what? Tug Hill. What are we talking about? There you go. Oh, that's funny as hell.
Hey, what's up there, Heli Thunder? I had to backtrack for a minute, so I'm getting caught back up. But hey, good to see you, man. I'm just trying to get caught up here. Almost back. No, Dave, you don't need mad torque to get it off the water. You need mad lift, and you got plenty of that. The PA-18's got tons of that. It goes straight up in a foot and a half. I mean, it's crazy how fast that thing leaves the ground. Seaman.org. All right, I'm caught back up. Yeah, the it's really weird. I don't know why the I guess there's there's I got a lamp right there with a light. I've got the ceiling light on. The TV's on, which is bright as hell, and there still isn't enough light in here to really light this camera up right. It's weird. I don't get it. It's there's plenty of light right here, so it should look better than this. I don't know what the deal is. We'll just put a JATO rocket on it. That'll get it to 400 feet in 2 seconds. What the hell? My demeanor? Really? Oh, God. Yeah, Matt, it's only an inch smaller, but the landing gear's better in the FMS plane. The fan's more efficient at an 80 millimeter than the 70 millimeter. There's just a lot. There's no gear doors on the 70 millimeter one. The wheels hang out. Yeah, there's a lot of differences. Not just the wingspan. Why the hell did that video pause? What's going on with that? What the hell? I didn't do that. I don't know why it's paused. I didn't even know I could pause a live feed. What a great place to pause, too. I look so attractive like that. Say ah. What the hell? What the hell? Here, let's do this. So this is rafter cam. There you go. So we'll go with that. I have no idea why I did that. That is weird. Okay. It's all fixed. I'll put it back. John, good morning, sir. How you doing, man? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. YouTube said, you two can't make up your mind between a PA-18 and a Husky. Fuck you. I'm going to shut you down. Oh my God, that's hilarious. Yeah, thanks, buddy. Thanks a lot. Oh my God. Such a great picture for Facebook, or for Facebook. Yeah, everybody thought I said Raptor can. You know, you're not the first one to think that. A lot of people thought that. And Mike SS, coined it. One night I had the camera up in the rafters out in the garage, and I think it was the first show actually. I had dual cameras set up on the very first show, and Mike SS said, "Hey, look, we got rafter cam." And I said, "Hey, I like that." So, yeah. Jermaine, boy, you're cutting out early. You do you zoom longer than this? What's up? All right, Airvex, we'll see you tomorrow night. So what'd you decide, Dave? You going with the PA-18? You going with the Husky? You going with the Cub? What's the final verdict? Oh, you got to work tomorrow morning. Ah, okay, Jermaine. All right, I'm going to give you a pass for that then. You have a good night, buddy. I'll talk to you later. What? That Ryan's sending you one for free as long as you pay the shipping? Yeah. Didn't he tell you F you right after that? So was he serious or not? I didn't know how to read that. Oh, so he is going to hook you up. There you go. Yeah, yeah, that's the winner for sure there. I couldn't say no to that either. All right, Heli Thunder. Hey, man, I'm glad you made it. I know you were late, but that's okay. You're here. That's all that matters, man. So have a good night. Oh yeah, you'll be designing another web page or something for sure. Yeah, yeah, it's 1800. Yep. Probably never, Dana. You know, I really can't see that ever happening. One of the soap operas just did a. Did you guys see the soap opera that they did that with? They had a drone delivering a package, and some kid's face got cut across his nose, and Deb was telling me that, and I started laughing my ass off. There you go, FAA, take that. Yeah, I agree, Dave. I think if they were the same price, everything was equal. Um, I'd take the Husky over the PA also. I like the color scheme on the Husky. It's beautiful. I really love that thing, and it's a little bit bigger.
So yeah, all things considered, but yeah, the fact that the PA came with the floats, the Husky didn't. The PA comes with plug-in wings, the Husky doesn't. The PA was cheaper, has a gyro. Yeah, it was just it was hard to keep. I kept, but I wasn't put. Until I found it on Banggood, I wasn't there. Yeah, I was still thinking Husky. I really like it. So finding it for 228 pushed me over the edge. I couldn't pass that up. GB in the house. What's up? Good to see you, man. All right, Tug Hill. Have a good night, buddy. It's good to see you, man. How many people I still got in here? 23. Okay, Dana, which one do you think looks more real? I can tell you the Husky is colored after a real airplane, and so's the PA-18. Both those planes have real ones that exist. Oh yeah, it's way too cold here tonight. It was 40 at 9 o'clock. It was already 49 degrees, I think, and it's got to be 39 by now. So yeah, way too cold. I'm gonna freeze my butt up out there tonight. Let's see where we're at. What does the survey say? Survey says 38. Yep. Yep. Too cold for the shop. Much more comfortable in here. 36 there, Brian? Yeah. Yeah, that's cold enough to take the show indoors. Not out in the freezing garage. So, yeah. And I was all set. I mean, about an hour before the show, I was taking the laptop back out in the garage because I had it in here for the Zoom last week. And I was all set to go out in the garage and do it, and I walked out the door and I was like, "Uh-oh, no, hold on." And I got my phone and I looked up the weather and I'm like, "Oh no, 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 it's already 49. No, we're done. So, but I did go get another light to try to brighten it up in here, so it didn't look so black and white in here. Matt's here. Yeah, he's on the other coast. He's in the Daytona side over there, and farther south, aren't you, Matt? Yeah, that's weird. Why is it 65 over there? You should be colder than me. The Gulf Coast is always warmer. How the hell are you 65 degrees over there? Damn. No, I'm awake tonight, Randy. Oh yeah, well, you're way south. Though that's why you're warmer over there. Yeah, that's the big. That's what I'm waiting on right now. What, I'm famous because of Dave posted me on Facebook? Is that what you're talking about? Oh, that's right. You get the no tams when Trump's in town. I forgot about that. Yeah. Who's Jason M? Merkel from Horizon? Is that who you're talking about? Is that his name? I'm not even sure. Yeah. Yeah, Air Marshal made me famous. And I have no idea, Dana. And I guess um, I'm drinking. This is the caffeine-free diet uh, Arizona iced tea, and then some cherry ocean spray diet cherry cranberry. So
Any predictions, Ryan? Dave? When are we going to see Draco? Sometime this year? Alright, I already know that. But can we narrow it down a little? No problem, Ryan. Everybody knows I don't drink. You know, that's been made public forever. You know, they expect me to be drinking something like this because everybody knows I don't drink. Never had a drink in my life. March? We gotta wait till March? Alright. Did I told her I didn't drink? That I was gay. Oh. Shh. I haven't told her yet. You're blowing my cover, man. Shut up. She's in the other room. Yeah, it's funny you say that, Vex. I really picked Wednesday, but Josh Weaver decided because we were talking about it, and then out of the blue he picked Wednesday, like while we were in the conversation, and I was like, oh, okay, all right, so I guess I'll take Thursday. Tell her GB says hi. Okay, I'll tell her. Oh my god. You guys are killing me. So my heat is running like almost continuously right now. It shuts off but it's not even off 30 seconds and it comes right back on. So that's how cold it is here right now. And how poorly this trailer is insulated. Who are you talking to, Matt? Me? After Draco a jet? Yeah, probably. Yeah, I'll probably do the FMS Hawk after Draco. Hopefully, I've got the MiG-29 sold, and either the Havoc or the Futura. I'm going to sell one of those two because I don't need them both. So I'm going to sell one of those two. No, Airvex, I didn't notice that. That's funny. Well, GB, it depends. I mean, if it's a 2 meter um, bird and it's full of lights, which I'm sure it's gonna be. So, if you guys have been watching Mike Patey, you know he's a perfectionist. So you know he's not going to let them do anything short of perfection on the model. Um, Ryan. So, and that's probably been part of the holdup is that, they keep showing samples to Mike and he won't accept them. I know that was happening with the Freedom Fox. You know, uh, Trent wasn't having it either. They tried to release it with some crappy landing gear, and he said nope, not happening. And so yeah, there were definitely stipulations in the contract, and I'm sure Mike Patey made sure he had final say on something with his name on it. So it's going to be badass. Yeah, I was just gonna say that there's already a few Razorbacks out there. I can't imagine. Um, I can't imagine that that's going to be high on the list right now. Yeah, I want a big one. I don't want an 1100. And I'm going to buy my 1100 Warbirds from Arrows, not from for Horizon. Much better value. So I'll stick with Arrows on 1100 size planes. Yeah, Ryan says we're probably going to be the same price as the MiG 29, and I think he's right. It'll probably be 329, somewhere around there. That would be my guess too. Oh, I thought you said you thought it would be about the same price as the MiG 29. You think it's going to be higher?
And you can't talk him into giving you any news on the Draco. You know, what's the matter with you, Dave? Are you slipping? Give him some nuts to butt, buddy. Let's find out what's going on. Yeah, Ronnie, I like that plane. You know, the price is right too. It's a good price on that plane. I don't think that's a horrible choice. Good to see you, Ronnie. It's about. Where are you at, Ronnie? You're always coming the show like at 2 o'clock. Where are you? How come you're so late getting in the show? Do you work nights or are you just in a different part of the world? VT tuned in? What's that? What? Alright, did all you guys fall asleep? What's going on? I don't have a camera on all you guys.
Hey, so if any of you guys use that Square Trade insurance plan, buying something off eBay, I guess they'd probably offer it on Amazon too, I'm guessing. But have any of you guys, bothered with that? You still picking out a jet, Matt? Yeah, that's the FMS Avanti's a good choice too, Matt. Yeah, there's a lot of options, that's for sure. So the reason I was asking is because I broke my camera. The screen's and it doesn't work anymore. Not only is it broke off the mount, but it doesn't work anymore. And so I went online to buy another one, and I was poking around on eBay looking for another one, and then I remembered I bought the insurance policy for it for $9.99. And so I filed the claim, and I paid. I think I paid. What did I pay for that camera? I want to say it was like $94, maybe. I don't remember exactly. And so I filed a claim, and they ask you, what's wrong with it? Is it broken, crushed? Is it just not turning on? Is the screen not lighting up? That kind of stuff. And, I knew if I told them the screen's not lighting up, that they probably would want me to send it back so they could try to fix it. But when I told them, one of the choices was, crushed or broken, I decided to pick that one because I figured they're not going to want me to send back a crushed, broken camera because they won't be able to fix it, and it'd be just a waste of shipping to ship it back to you find out that they don't, they're not going to be able to fix it. So they gave me a couple options. I could get a check for $80.89 shipped out today, and I get to keep this and all the bits, the batteries and the microphone and everything. It still works, and they'll give me $80 toward replacing the camera, or they'll find me a replacement for free, but they may want this back. They may want me to ship this back, and they'll pay the shipping. But and the reason I went with the let them pay me is because they said they would try to find me a similar camera. Well, I don't want a similar one. I want this one. I've already been through the similar ones, and they didn't work right, but this one did. So I decided so I could pick the camera I want to replace it with, get another one of these exact cameras, that I didn't want to give them the option to find me one that was the same or similar. So I took the $80 check, and I went on eBay and I bought another one, and I bought the insurance again. So they're sending me a check. It's in the mail, and I get to keep this. And this camera still works, by the way. I finished, the maiden flight of the Corsair
was shot with this camera, not the flight part, but the pre-flight and after-flight footage was shot with this camera after I broke it. You know, it will turn on, it will record. I just can't look through the viewer and see what I'm recording. I got to just kind of aim it and turn it on and let it go. So I don't know what I'm looking at exactly. I mean, I know how to aim the camera, and I knew that it was, you know, where it needed to be. But I wouldn't be able to take it out and like film a plane flying around without the screen. So, but it'll work as a webcam. It'll work as a, you know, I could shoot still video in the, you know, where I'm not moving around. Just put the camera on a tripod, and I can still shoot video with this. It'll work as a, you know, a webcam for when I'm doing Jeff Cam. This was Jeff Cam after I made the laptop rafter cam and the new web camera, the webcam. I made this Jeff Cam, and it'll still work for that. So it's still a usable camera. There's 2 usable batteries. The microphone's usable, and so I did all right. You know, as far as getting the camera replaced for the insurance, and being able to keep it was a good deal. So if you guys have ever thought of using that Square Trade, it's an Allstate company, by the way. It's not some cheesy aftermarket insurance plan. It's Allstate insurance. So you're in good hands, guys, right? So yeah, I was glad I remembered that I bought that insurance policy. That worked out pretty good. You know, I was bummed when I broke it. I had it on my hard hat, and it was already on and running. You know, and I picked up the Corsair to carry it out to the flight line, and the wind caught it and blew it off my head, and it hit the ground, and it snapped off the camera mount. I still have to replace that. I got to find a camera mount. It broke the camera mount off the hard hat, and then broke the screen off the camera when it hit the ground. So that sucked. So that's why the flight video is not that great, because Anthony recorded it with his phone. You know, it wasn't recorded with a regular camera. It was just a phone camera. And I thought it was pretty good. I mean, he does a pretty good job of keeping it in the frame. And I don't know how much zooming he could do with the phone. You know, trying to follow it and pinch the screen, and I don't see that working. So I was pretty happy with what he got out of the camera for a flight video. So it was okay. And so anyway, yeah. So it was a kind of a bummer, but all in all, it was all right. Pretty good. Oh, thank you, Ronnie. I missed that. So you're in Vermont. Ah, where the Bob Newhart show was filmed. um, yeah, it was a porn accident. It was too much thrusting going on. Yeah, that's not a bad idea, actually. You might be right. The ribbon cable might have just pulled out, and if I pulled it back in, it might work. So, yeah, that's not a bad idea. I might look at that. You know, it's not a bad idea. Not yet, Dana. I didn't bother to pull the retract apart to see what's wrong with it. I was busy with other stuff. I'm editing the rest of the build footage and dealing with the garage permit stuff and working on other airplanes. I'm still working on putting this Mustang back together and the retract for the Vipers right here. I'm just going to install that. I got to finish putting that in. So just a bunch of small stuff going on. I'm going to put this in tomorrow in the Viper and get that ready to go. And I'm going to put these in the pits and get that ready to go. And then and do some more editing on the build video. So and then I'll get the I might get to the Corsair tomorrow, at least pull the gear out of it and see what's wrong with it, and then decide whether I can fix it or just order another replacement landing gear of some kind to put in it. So you want a Piranha, Matt? Why do you want that? Have you seen any fly in person? Yeah, it's a cool airplane, Dana. I really like that airplane. I was really happy when it came out and I bought it and I got it here and took it out of the box. I was like, wow, this is cool. It really is. It's a neat airplane. I really liked it. Yeah, a couple of guys have them at our field. Lewis brought 4 of them out that day. 3 were for other guys, and 1 was for himself. And he crashed his own. He lost orientation and crashed it. So that was kind of funny. And he was tearing the sky up with it too. You know, it's kind of a cool looking plane. I like it. It's it's pretty fast. Um, it's not quite as fast as the wings that the guys are flying now on 4-cell, and the Piranha 6-cell. So in relationship to the ones to the other, everybody's kind of disappointed that it's not faster because it's 6S. That should be a lot faster, they think. It's pretty fast. You know, it definitely hauls the mail, but you know, everybody thinks because these 4-cell planes are so damn fast that this one should be faster because it's 6S, and it's not. I'm not even sure it's as fast as these hyper. These guys have got these. One of the guys out there is building these wings, and I don't know what motor speed control combo he's using, but they're night flyers too. They're full of lights, so yeah, they really haul ass, and they're fun to fly in the dark. And then they threw a Piranha up there, flying around with them, and you know, they were close in speed, but again, the ones are 4S and this is 6S, and they were like, this damn thing should be faster. It's 6S. So I just got a little taste of disappointment in the air. I either use the mostly the X8R or the X6R are most of my receivers, and then I bought some of the new what are they? The XR4R and X6 XF6R. I think that's what it is. Yeah, there's some new ones. They're supposed to have more range. They're smaller. They're replacing the X8R and the X6R with these FX6R, I think it is. So, and the beauty is they're so cheap that you really can't buy an aftermarket one cheaper. So, you're getting real free sky stuff. And that was one of the reasons I made that choice to buy that radio, is because of how cheap everything was. Not just the transmitter, but all the receivers and all the telemetry stuff too. All that stuff's really inexpensive. So, that's what the other thing too. You're not paying any extra for telemetry with the free sky stuff. It's all, pretty much everything they make has telemetry in it. The telemetry ability in it. So you're not paying extra for it. You just buy a receiver. It's going to have telemetry in it. Now they're not all that way, but all the stuff that I'm using is. And then all the telemetry modules are dirt cheap too. I think a GPS, which gives you airspeed, or no, ground speed, altitude, of course, latitude, longitude numbers, so you can pinpoint a spot on a map. If you lose, as long as it's still plugged in, it'll send that telemetry to the transmitter, and all you gotta do is plug it into your phone and walk out there, and your phone will take you right to where the airplane is. So, so all that information comes over the GPS, and I think the GPS is $34, and I think I have one right here, as a matter of fact. It's pretty damn small. Thought I had one laying right here. I don't see it. I don't know where that went. I thought it was right here. All right. Well, I don't know where it is, but it's a small little unit. So yeah, I didn't get to see it light up at night, Matt, but I knew it had lights in it. They weren't flying theirs in the dark. They were all flying during the day. Um, oh, you're kidding. Really, Ronnie? That's hilarious. No shit. That's hilarious. So there's really an in there. It's does Bob Newton Bob Newhart don't own it, does he? Or does he? Or is it just called Newhart's Inn, or are you just calling it that because it's the one they used to film the show? Just curious. Used to watch that show all the time. Dana, did you get a shipping notification on your 109? Is it on the way? Yeah, Dana, I've used S-Bus in quite a few planes and drones, quadcopters. All my quadcopters I use S-Bus. Um, the new HSD 182 I use the S-Bus. That because it was that's how they really wanted you to do it. Um, you can use direct plugs, for all the channels, but it's not easy to do. You got to pull that black box out of the plane to plug in all the wires to hook it up that way. Um, so, but they have it set up for dual receivers if you're using S bus. So, um, yeah, it works great. So yeah, you can set you can actually put a two receiver, one backup, one main, one backup on S bus in the 182. So that was the latest thing I set up with S bus. Other than yeah, yeah, that was the last plane I set up with S bus. So yeah, there's quite a few options there, and if you buy for you Spectrum guys, if you want to use S bus, the orange receivers from Hobby King, several of those offer S bus for your Spectrum setups, and I'm using those too. I've got two of my quadcopters are set up with Spectrum S bus, and that works good too. And I know the S bus receivers that I've seen from Spectrum are pretty pricey. So Yeah, don't you hate it when they want to send you your money back when you really just want the plane? I hate it when they do that. Oh, you definitely add $17 to the order, Dave, to get the free shipping. Come on. Throw a 2200 battery in there. Something. Anything. You know. No, Dana, I don't remember Hobby King having an F-14. I don't know if that probably happened when I wasn't buying from Hobby King anymore. Um, oh, I have an Art Tech plane, but not an F-14. I have an Art Tech Mustang that was a piece of crap. Um, I can't imagine the F-14 was any better. Where are you buying this stuff from, Dave? Are you on Arrow's page or Hobby Zone? Um, you could buy a set of air-filled rubber Dubro tires for it. That's what I'm putting on mine. Yeah, you could buy some paint. That's a good idea. That's not a bad idea at all.
You sound like me, Dave. The spray paint's not on sale. I'm not buying it if it's not on sale. Yeah, Ronnie, they're heavy, but they don't. That plane can handle it easy, so it shouldn't be a problem. The only thing I don't, the tires that are on the PT-18 are hard rubber. I mean, really hard rubber. They're very light, but they're very hard, and that's not accurate bush type tires. You know, the big soft rubber tires that they use on bush planes are very close to what the Dubros are. So way more accurate as far as, you know, having the cush of the rubber tire. And the weight certainly isn't going to hurt that plane any. Oh my God. Probably make it fly better, honestly. I think it would probably handle the forward penetration better with the heavy tires on it. So, I'm going to try them. If I don't like them, I can always put the old ones back on. It's not a big deal. But I'm definitely going to give them a shot. I think they're 5.5-inch tires I bought. They're a little bit smaller than the ones that are on the plane. Which I was shocked. Because I didn't have one of them with me when I went to the store and got these. And I'm looking at them and I'm like, yeah, these should be big enough. Those things are huge. And then I went out, when I got home, I went and compared them. I'm like, damn. You know, the hard lightweight tires that are on the plane are still bigger than these. Damn. So that was funny. The Super Cub from FMS, I think they call it the PT-18 or the PA-18. Which one is it, Air Marshal? Is it PT-18, PA-18? I forget. PA-18. I don't remember. One of those two. It's the white Super Cub that has that black crow on the side of it. Yeah, the PA-18. Yeah. So it's a nice airplane. I just didn't like the hard wheels on it, the hard tires, and I thought I'd give these a shot. I've put these on several of my airplanes. My de Havilland Beaver has these air-filled tires on it. That L4 Grasshopper that I think it's made by Starmax. I put them on that. What else did I put those on? Oh, oh no, I did. Wait a minute. Yeah, I did. Yeah, they're on the Danye 27 also. My German plane. I put the Dubro airfields on that one too. So yeah, I got them on several airplanes. I like them. They're nice. They roll over the ground really easy because of the, you hit anything and the tire compresses
It takes up a lot of the what would normally just make the plane jump around, flop around. You know, it smooths it right out because the tire gives and rolls right over it. So, I don't know. Don't you like a small beaver? Isn't that better? The same ones, Dana. It's the same airplane. I don't remember what size they are, but um, yeah, they work great on that plane. It's the exact same airplane, just a different paint scheme. The Navy one's blue. The L4 Grasshopper's green with invasion stripes, but it's the same airplane. So I put Dubro landing gear on it and the rubber tires, and that plastic piece broke, like on the first flight. I think it wasn't, maybe not the first flight, but it didn't take long for it to break. I think I was flying on a cold day. Plastic was real brittle, and it just broke. So instead of farting with it, I just bought this fiber reinforced fiberglass landing gear, I guess. And it's definitely not carbon fiber, but and it works. It was the right color. The color, it was already molded in the correct color for the bottom of the airplane. It matched perfect. And all I did was paint the top with some green, forest green paint, which matched. So they've got two different colors green on that plane. It's a lighter green in the middle, and then they highlighted all the edges around the wing and the fuselage with the dark green. And I got some dark green from Lowe's. It was the exact match to the dark green color, so I sprayed the gear with that on the top and left the bottom color the color it came. And nobody's noticed that it's not the factory landing gear on it. You know, everybody just looks at it and it looks perfect to them, and nobody's mentioned it. Nobody's saying, hey, how come that doesn't have regular Cub, articulating gear on it? Or how come the gear looks funny? Or how come, nobody's ever said a word. It looks exactly like it belongs on there. So, pretty good. It's pretty cool. And it's worked great. I've never had an issue with the landing gear after I put those on. So it's been great. I thought about getting the Navy one. I like the color scheme on it. I thought it'd be cool to have the Navy one. So that's another plane that's been on my, should I get that one? Right now there's planes I want more than that one. But if it's still around one day when I decide I want it, I might pick it up. They'll probably discontinue it before that happens. That's usually what happens. I'm always farting around with other I keep pushing other airplanes ahead of planes, and then all of a sudden it's gone. I did that with the AT-6 at Horizon. I did it with the Spitfire. I really wanted the Spitfire from Horizon. I lost out on that. Horizon screwed me out of an airplane that I ordered. They said they tried to run my credit card and it didn't go, so they tried calling me and I didn't answer the phone. And that was total bullshit. I called the bank and they said no one tried to run your card. We have no record whatsoever of anyone trying to run something on your card. And they said there's no holds on your card or anything, so we would have processed it if they had sent it. So I don't know why they did that. It's not like there was a big demand for that airplane. They had to push off the shipment like 3 times because they still didn't have enough airplanes to fill the container. Um, so it was like it took forever. Ugh. Oh, so you have both of them, Dana? Did you just order them, or have you had them for a while? Uh-oh. What did I do now? Son of a bitch. What happened here? What the hell? Oh, how the hell I did that? Huh. What the hell? Huh. Well, I really don't know how the hell I screwed that up. I don't know what I did there. Yeah, Ronnie, I'd buy a Flex F100. Yeah, I got a chance to look at it at Florida Jets last year. I was holding it in my hands. I was looking at it. It's nice. It's a nice airplane. Flex makes good stuff. So yeah, I'd buy one. See, Air Marshal knows me too well. um, Dana, honestly, there's no telling. I think he had some receiver issues or something. I know he was having trouble with that plane, and uh, what else did he buy recently? He had another Dynam plane. Um, so yeah, Dave's had a lot of issues. So yeah, I don't know whatever happened to the Flex plane. It's probably in a tree, or he crashed it. Um, oh, none of their planes can take a crash, Dave. They build them super light, just like all the 3D airplanes from like Twisted Hobbies or any of those expensive 3D planes. They're all built with really small plywood with all the whole inside of it's cut out for lightning. So it's just a really thin wooden frame around it, and stuff like that for to keep it real light. So yeah, they can't. None of the flex planes can take a hit. Um, they expect their planes to be flown by super experts, and that they're not going to have radio issues, and that's just not reality. So um, the price, the only thing there's some little bits I need, but the expensive piece I need is a fuselage for my RV8, and it wasn't too bad. The price was like 100 and it was only like $110 or something. I forget. Um, so everything I need to put that plane back together was less than $200. The front cowl, I needed a wing spar. The wings are repairable; they're not bad at all. Um, the tail feathers are all good. Don't need anything there. The canopy's perfect. Don't need that. Um, yeah, just the fuselage and I think the front. No, the hatch is part of the the cowl on the front of the plane. So I need the fuselage and that cowl. I need wheels and the wheel pants. They come as a set. Um, I think that's it. And the wing spar. So it was less than $200 for everything. And that's the night version. So it's got all the lights in it and everything. So yeah, I was pretty happy with that. It wasn't too bad. Considering.
uh, got radio shot down. Lost signal. Earlier I was flying my Blair Witch Project quadcopter, and it went down the exact same place first. It was there, it went down, and I didn't know why, and Dennis Farley was watching. He said, "What the hell was that?" And I said, "I don't know. I might have broke a prop. I don't know." So I walked out there, and it was all there. It was fine. So I don't know why it went down, right? So I took back off, and it was fine, and and then later that night I was flying along straight and level, less than half throttle, just cruising along, and all of a sudden the plane did this slight bank to the left, and I tried to right it, and I had nothing, and it just did a nice gradual descent right into the ground, and it hit the exact same place that the quadcopter went down. And two other planes had gone down in that same spot earlier that day. LJ Hobby lost 3 airplanes out there, and one of them was right there in the same spot mine went in. And then somebody told me an A10 had gone down earlier in that same spot. So when I lose signal on this flying spectrum, so yeah, there you go, Ronnie. Fly a stunt kite. Problem solved. No, I'm just not going to fly Spectrum anymore on anything but some cheap binding flies. I'm taking it out of everything else. This thing was set up by a Flex guy at the field. He put 2 satellite receivers in there. He set the whole thing up, and and I left it exactly the way he set it up. It was working fine at my field. I didn't have any problem at all with it. Not even a glitch, which is unusual because I usually get glitches on my Spectrum stuff, but this thing was rock solid. No glitches, nothing. And then I go down to this other field that, where the Boozer event was, and, I lost it. Just no control. It flew into the ground. It was a very shallow descent, too. It was weird the way it hit the ground. But it, like, hooked the landing gear, so it really bent the snot out of the aluminum landing gear. I can straighten it, no big deal. And then just kind of drove the foam into the ground, so it broke the nose, it broke the cowl face. Oh, a spinner and a prop. I need a spinner and a prop. So I need a spinner, a prop, a cowl, a fuselage, wheels and wheel pants, and a wing spar. And it was I think it was like 160 some bucks, and then shipping. So yeah, it was like 180 bucks, something right around there, to get everything shipped. So yeah, so that's how you crash an RV-8. Yeah, yeah, I agree. If that plane flies so good, it's like you can't crash it. Well, you can when you lose the radio. So maybe the trailers on the left. Which ones do you think they were, Matt? Which trailers are you talking about? In any case,
it shouldn't happen. You know, I haven't had these issues with my Free Sky radio, and I got shot down once with it. I know exactly how it went, what did it, because it happened twice. The first plane was this Mustang I lost, the one I'm rebuilding here behind me. But the second one I didn't crash. I saved the airplane, but it was the same guy, same plane, same radio, walked right in front of me the same way he did before. And at the exact same, as soon as he walked in front of me, I lost control of my plane momentarily. And but the Mustang was too close to the ground. I couldn't save it. But the other one I saved, and so that's the only time I've ever had a glitch with the Free Sky radio. And then but I have been shot down so many times with Spectrum I can't even begin to tell you. And I've given up on it. I'm not, I'm gonna start switching all my planes over. So yeah, right. Yeah. Yeah, Popper Boozer shot me down, on purpose. Yeah, that's what it was. Well, make it's funny. Normally I would listen. I don't crash airplanes. I mean, I just don't do pilot error things. I don't take risks. I don't fly above my means because I can't afford to break them. There's a lot of stuff I could do with an airplane that I don't do because I can't afford to break it. These guys that are out there doing knife edges 3 inches off the ground and that kind of stuff. I could do it, but I can't risk it. I don't want to break the airplane. If something goes wrong or if I screw up, um, I just can't afford to fix the airplane. So I try very hard not to even put myself in those kind of predicaments. And when I lost the RV-8, I was flying straight and level, slow. Not like high alpha slow. It was cruising along at probably about 40 miles an hour. About half throttle. It was, I was just doing a nice gentle flight, and it just all of a sudden I didn't have it. I got that little glitch to the left, and then I tried to correct it, and I did this, and I didn't have it, and I never got it back before it hit the ground. So yeah, yeah, you were impressed. You liked that airplane. You and Wes both. So yeah, I don't know. I'm just so disappointed. I've had, and it's not just, originally I thought it was the module that I bought. It's a Spectrum module. It's not I mean, it's a real Horizon Hobby Spectrum brand module that's in my radio. It's not some orange piece of crap from Hobby King or any of that crap. And and at first I thought maybe the module's bad, or maybe because I've had some issues, and then I went back to my DX6i and got shot down with that too. And then I found out that they've been having brownouts with it because it's when you put four brand new AA batteries in it, you're only at 5.4 volts, and which indicates on the meter you're at half battery strength. So I found out after the last time I crashed a plane with that radio that maybe that was the issue. So then I put a 2-cell LiPo in it. So now my battery voltage is up to 8.4, and it shows that the radio's fully charged. And
But yeah, I've had issues with every transmitter, every Spectrum transmitter that I have, at different places. Now, a lot of guys have been shot down with Spectrum at my field, but I've never have. I mean, I fly all my Spectrum stuff out there, and I've never had a glitch with the Spectrum stuff at my field. But this was at the field that the boozers were flying that event at when I lost the RV8. So, and I probably had, I don't know, at least 20 flights on it at my field, the RV8, and it was fine. Nothing, no jitters, nothing. It was rock solid. And so, I don't know. Just irritating. Yeah, I had a brownout in my shorts. Yeah, I just don't. I just don't want to take chances anymore with Spectrum. I'm kind of just over the whole thing. I was going to keep flying all my bind and fly stuff. Um, but I'm going to start switching all those over. I'm going to pull all those receivers out. I'm going to sell them to Air Marshal. He wants them. So I just don't want to. I don't want to risk it anymore. I'm just too over it. Well, Mickey, I've been flying, including the Spectrum. I have the Taranis. I have two Taranises. The Free Sky Taranis radios, and I have a Spectrum module in the back of that radio. But that's what everything else I fly is on the Taranis, Free Sky Taranis, and I haven't had. Like I said, I've only been shot down once with that in the 7 years I've been flying it. Um, I did have a problem. I crashed a plane that I was. At first, I thought it was the radio because it just fell out of the sky. And then, I was going through it in my head over and over and over again. It was my FMS Futura, and we were flying formation, three of us, and Lewis landed at about 5 minutes. Tony made it to about 7. And then I kept flying because I had plenty of battery. The telemetry was telling me I had plenty of battery. So I kept flying. But I had it in cruise. I mean, I set the throttle to a position. And my radio tells me what my throttle position is. So I can always put it back to that same spot. Because when I get that spot, well, every 7 seconds it updates me and tells me where my throttle position is. And if I need to get it to 23 or negative 23, I get it there and wait for it to tell me, and it says, negative 26. Okay, I got to come down a couple clicks. And so it's real easy to put it back to that one spot. So I'm flying around cruising with these two guys, and they land, and of course now and we had terrible winds that day too. They were gusty. They weren't really strong, steady winds. They're just these goofy gusties, and the flags that we use for windsocks would be flapping this way, and then all of a sudden they'd be flapping that way. Like instantly, it would just change direction, and then they go back the other way again. So I'm flying around, and now I'm probably 12 minutes into the flight. I'm still not getting low battery warning, so I'm fine.
but I'm thinking that the airplane has been gently slowing down, and I just didn't notice it. And so I think it got slow enough. I was in a straight and level flight when it happened too. I wasn't in it. I had already made my turn, and I was coming back across the field. And I was in straight and level flight, and all of a sudden, the plane rolled right and then flipped over left and went into the ground. And I think it was a combination of the plane slowing down and I just didn't notice it, and getting that instant wind shift that stalled it, in midair basically. When I all of a sudden had a tailwind, and the tailwind was less than my airspeed, but enough to give me a differential that was too slow for a flight, and the plane just stalled. I think that's what happened. I'm not sure. So that would have been on me. Even though I didn't fly it, do something stupid to put it in the ground, I didn't maintain airspeed. So that's on me. And oh my God, Air Marshal. So anyway, that, I at first I thought it was a radio hit, but now I'm thinking it probably wasn't. And that receiver's in another airplane right now, flying just fine. So, I did a bunch of tests and before the crash, and then after the crash I did a range test, and I left it on, I put it in the airplane, left it on to see if it would start jittering or anything, and the receiver's rock solid. I'm flying the Corsair on it now, and no problems. So I don't think there's anything wrong with the receiver, and I don't think, now looking back, that I think it might have been I stalled that jet. I'm thinking. So we'll fix it, and we'll fly it again, and I'll just be more mindful of making sure I keep the speed up. I wasn't going for the longest flight or anything, but I was trying to stretch it out, get the most flight time I can get, and just, I guess I let it get away from me. I didn't realize it. So I'll be more mindful of that from now on. And it didn't do a thing. The wings are perfect. All the tail feathers are perfect. It didn't hurt the fan unit or the engine or anything else. Everything's perfect. Just, needs a fuselage and a canopy. And I had already bought, when Horizon had that big 50% off sale, I bought all kinds. I bought retracts for the plane. I bought another canopy for the plane. I bought wings, tail feathers, all kinds of stuff, just to have spares for that airplane. I was actually trying to build a whole airplane at half price, and I got a good bit of bits. So if they ever put the other parts on half price, I can finish it and have a whole another airplane. But as it stands now, and I think this was all the clearance stuff. It was I don't know if you guys are familiar with the Futura, but originally it came out in red and purple, and I have the purple one. And they had all these red pieces on clearance. They're just trying to get rid of them. And the new one, yeah, back scratcher. That's what that was. That's a pretty observant, Miko. So they had all the red parts on clearance half off. So I bought a bunch of it, because I figured, if I have a problem, I don't care what color. If I need to replace a wing or whatever, I don't care what color it is. It'll work. It'll fly. I can always repaint it. So I figured, what the hell? So they didn't have the fuselage on sale. They did have a canopy, so I got the canopy. But the new future is that like aqua green, black, yellow color scheme, and it's got a painted canopy, so there's no pilot in it, and I've got a pilot one. So yeah, all those I'm gonna rebuild the plane with all those bits, and I just have to buy a fuselage. I think that's the only piece I need is just the fuselage. I think everything else is fine. Or I have the parts to replace. Um, so yeah, what the hell? We'll fix it, and then I'm gonna paint. I'm gonna do a. One of the guys did a carbon fiber uh, facsimile, and it came out looking really cool. He used that shelf liner, the rubber shelf liner that has the little holes in it. Um, so he painted the wing black, and then he laid one of those shelf liners over the wing, and then shot silver over it, just a light coat of silver, and then pulled that shelf liner off, and it looks exactly like carbon fiber. It came out really cool. So I figure if I paint the wings the carbon fiber color to cover up the purple and gold scheme that's on it, it'll carbon fiber will go with anything. It'll go with the new fuselage that's that aqua yellow black scheme, and it'll be a cool looking airplane. So that's what I'm gonna do. We'll see what happens. Oh my God, Dana. uh, yeah, I said the same thing, Ronnie. And then Air Marshal said it at the Jet Jam. There were a lot of people flying turbine jets with Spectrum radios. So I haven't seen that. Every time I go to Florida Jets or any place like that, nobody's flying Spectrum. They're either flying Eddie or not Eddie, the Jetty brand radio or Futaba, or I never see anybody flying Spectrum. And you know, whatever. Originally, my complaint wasn't that Spectrum wasn't any good; it was just too expensive. And when the Tyrannus came out, and I got my radio like 7 years ago, and I could put the module in for $109, I could still fly Spectrum off of it, and um, that's hundreds of dollars cheaper than a DX9 or any of that. And and then but I can buy Free Sky receivers for 27 bucks. 8-channel receivers with telemetry and all that stuff all in it already, ready to go for 27 bucks. You can't touch a Spectrum receiver for that kind of money. You can't. You can only get it at that price if it comes in an airplane. You have to buy a bind and fly airplane. So I was just thinking, I knew I was going to be buying a lot of airplanes, and so I figured, yeah, I like this idea. Let's do this. And then I was just telling everybody, listen, you could still fly all your Spectrum airplanes. Just don't buy the radio. Buy this radio with the module, and you can keep flying your Spectrum airplane. Listen, I fly them, I buy them, I like their bind and fly products. So, but you don't have to spend $500, $600 on a radio. This one will do just as good, and it did. But I'm still having problems with the Spectrum, so I'm just going to quit flying it now. Um, Eventually, I'll probably have all these receivers changed out, but for now, I'm going to pick out certain airplanes that if it has Spectrum in it and I don't want it to crash, I'm going to yank the receiver out of it and replace it. I've already had a Free Sky receiver in my Carbon Z. The 150 and the T28. So I think those are probably going to be the first two I replace. I'm going to take those receivers out and put Free Sky receivers in. So those are probably going to be my first two to change over, get rid of the Spectrum altogether. Yeah, I know, Air Marshal. I did a lot of research before I pulled the trigger on that radio. I didn't just like go, yeah, I'll take one. No, I mean, I did a lot of research, months, almost 6 months of watching YouTube videos and reviews and price checking and comparing, and I really did my homework. And I have zero regrets. I love these radios. I really love these radios. The programming capability. I mean, you can make that radio do anything. It's just crazy. Um, so yeah, I have no regrets at all. Love the radios, and I'll always be flying something Spectrum, like for instance the UMX Turbo Timber. I'm not changing the receiver in that. So I'll be flying that on that radio with the module, and the old Timber, my UMX old Timber. I'll be flying that one on that radio, and my UMX F27. I'm not switching that out. Yeah, pretty much any of the UMX stuff I have, I'm going to fly off that radio. I'm just not going to bother with that. And then the bigger stuff, as I go, I'll start, replacing all the receivers and get them out of there. Oh my God, yeah. I never was interested in the ROES. I didn't really like the ergonomics of it. I just didn't like the looks and the way it felt and stuff. But the price tag was ridiculous. Oh my God, way too much money. So yeah, that radio was never even on my radar. That I hated that radio from the day it came out. So yeah, but that Radio Master, man, I so wish I didn't have two Tyrannuses and that I needed a radio, because I want one of those. I really do. I really like that radio. But I've got, the two Tyrannuses I have are more than enough. I'm never going to need another radio. So, I can't justify buying the Radio Master. Maybe I'll get lucky and one will drop into my lap for $50 like this one. This is that the mini Tyrannus. I think they call it the Tyrannus Lite. So it's a smaller transmitter. It's a I think it's a 10-channel transmitter, and it has the new Access protocol. Accent with a T was the first one. That's what my other two radios have, and this has what is it, SS or SIS, ASS, SAS, I think. I don't know. But this is the new protocol. And guy bought it new, and they couldn't figure out how to make it work, and I could, figure out what was wrong with it. I got it all set up. I got it was going in a wing, and I got all the mixing and everything working perfect, but it wouldn't throttle. And I couldn't figure out why it wouldn't throttle. We didn't spend very long on it, and they just decided, screw it, they were going to put a Spectrum in it. So then a week later, he says, walks over and hands me the radio. He says, listen, we don't have any use for this. Would you be interested in buying it? And I'm looking at it, and I'm like, well, I don't know. I guess, maybe, I don't know. Why? And he looks at me, he says, well, it's got to be worth $50. I said, yeah, for $50 I'll take it. So if I have to buy any of the new protocol stuff now, I'll have a radio to fly that too. So Richard, good morning. Welcome to the show. I'm just getting ready to shut it down. Not this second, but getting close. Kind of getting tired now. But we've been on for 6.5 hours. Radio Master is an offspring of Jumper. And I'll tell you, Ronnie, why I love that radio so much. It's not only is it just a great value for you get the Halifax gimbals and all kinds of great stuff, and it's $150, but it does all the protocols. I mean, all of them. Spectrum, Futaba, Free Sky, Fly Sky. I mean, you name it. It's got all that in it. You can fly anything with it. So you can buy whatever brand shit you want to buy and fly it with that radio. And Jeff, did you wake back up? Or you just peeing? Did you get up to pee? Come on, be honest, did you? So yeah, I just love the radio, and Dave bought one. He's got one, so he's been, he's starting to see all the cool shit that this radio does, and why I've been bragging about it for 7 years. It really is, because he's doing a lot of Free Sky stuff with it. So it's got OpenTX, the same thing my Tyrannus has in it. So he's seeing all the power it has and all the, options and stuff. So, he's slowly coming over to the dark side. So, but yeah, for a 16-channel radio with Halifax gimbals and the whole 9 yards that talks and everything, and it programs anything you need it to do, and for $150, I mean, Jesus, it's just nuts. So yeah, it's yeah, I'd love to get one. Just to have it, play with it. But I don't know exactly when the Jumper radios came out. It's been a few years. And they were like this radio, about this size. They were miniature, smaller transmitters. And they were like $80. And they still had the ability to protocol with anything. And so you could fly anything with it. And it became a pretty hot commodity. People were buying them, They were smaller and easier to throw in a backpack with a quadcopter and have it with you all the time and take something out and fly it and all that. So it, it got a following pretty quick. And then the company decided they were going to upscale, and then they started making full-size transmitters with 16 channels and, all the protocol. And then I guess the two partners parted ways, and the guys that made Radio Master took their ideas and went another way with it, and they started their own company. And Dave has one of those radios, and they look identical. The jumper radio and the Radio Master radio are the exact same looking, but I guess the quality of the Radio Master is much better. So now, see the accessed protocol that Dave's talking about. That's what my other two Tyrannuses use. But this one uses the new ACC SS or SAS ACC. I don't know. There's some kind of emblem there. I can't see what the hell that is. I don't know if it's a letter or a fancy letter, or if it's some kind of. Still can't tell what that is. I think it's an E. So ACCESS. I guess that's what it is. So this is the new protocol that I don't know why they're going to it. I don't know what the whole. I mean, I know they don't want everybody pirating their shit, but if they're gonna alienate their own customer base, they're starting to think like Spectrum. When they're cutting off plugs off of batteries. Not a smart move. So all right, Air Marshal, have a good night, buddy. Yeah, I think I'm gonna too. I think we're gonna shut this down here. Yeah, I've noticed that, like when Ryan was putting together his T-33 from HSD, he put Fatab in it, and when RC Informer Rich was setting up some of his big stuff, he put Fatab in it. So that kind of tells you something. Thanks, Jeff. Been watching a bunch of your videos, buddy. It's I don't know why you flew so close to yourself with the Timber X, right? Was that the one you hit yourself with? And it was and all you did was break a prop. I mean, that was a shame. You would have been good if they hadn't broke the prop. And if it wasn't so damn cold outside, you wouldn't have broke the prop. That's why the prop broke, because it was cold. You know, plastic gets real brittle in the cold. But yeah, I've been been watching your stuff. uh, yeah, I wish I'd have known you were going live. I would have been in your live show. I didn't, I caught it, and it came up in my feed, and I was like, oh wow, Jeff's live. So I, popped over to it, and it had just ended, because in the show it said like 33 minutes ago or something, and it started from the beginning, so I know I just missed it. Yeah, yeah, that's why people laugh at me out at my field because I won't fly if it's under 60 degrees, and they're all looking at me like, why 60 degrees? I said, listen, the most thing I've had problems with are the quadcopters, because the propellers are spinning really fast, and they're cheap plastic because they're so little, in these small quads, and at those RPMs, in cold air, they just snap in midair, and the next thing you know, your quad's going down, and it's happened to me too many times, and then the Danye 27 had this big plastic cladding on the landing gear, and I was flying it on a cold day one day, and I landed, and it was a beautiful landing, but the gear flexed a little bit, and when it did, this is before I put the soft rubber tires on it, that plastic couldn't flex because it was so cold, and it shattered like glass. So it didn't bend the landing gear, nothing. I mean, it was perfect. Everything was perfect. It just shattered the plastic off the struts. So I had to order new strut cape covers, and now I don't fly it in cold. So, basically, if it's below 60 degrees, I ain't flying. Now, that's not a hard rule. And, if depending on what I'm going to take up and how close to 60 degrees we are, I'll do it. But yeah, I don't fly in the cold anymore. I'm tired of breaking stuff. I'm just tired of breaking stuff. I don't need to be breaking anything. I don't need to fly that bad. I'll just sit there and shoot the shit until it warms up, and if it doesn't, I'll just go home. Screw it. So that's pretty much my new philosophy. So, but yeah, plastic gets brittle in the cold. So, I've seen it too many times. Yeah, open source, Ronnie, is it's a it's hard to explain, so I'll just make it kind of generic. Most softwares have a lock on it, a key code. If you don't have the code, you can't get into the source code and change it. And open source means there's no lock on it. Anybody can go in there and modify the code. And so there's all these guys all over the world that, like to dabble in programming. So they grab it and they take it home, and they play with it and try to write new lines of code to make it do this or that or whatever, and then they send it to Free Sky or whoever, Radio Master, and their guys look it over and decide if they like the code, they'll put it in the system and put it up on the web page for people to download it, install it, and run it on their radio, and if they don't, then they don't. And the guys that wrote it can use it if they want. They wrote it, they can keep using it, but the source code's not locked. So, and that's just how this open source got started, and why it's popular, because people make a lot. Now, I got to tell you, in the beginning, the Free Sky Radio
my first radio has one of their early versions of the protocol, and that radio does everything perfect. You don't have to program nothing. You put a telemetry module in it, it knows what to do with it. It automatically builds a display screen to show you what your battery voltages are, and it just knows what to do with it. You don't have to do anything. And then they changed it. I have no idea why. But now you put the sensors in the airplane, and then you have to go on the radio and go to a screen where you have to press a button that says Discover Code or Discover Sensors. And the radio populates itself with the sensors that it now sees. So if you got a battery telemetry and GPS and Vario, all of a sudden all those sensors come live, and now you can go out and build screens for those sensors to see what data it's sending you. But you have to go build them yourself. My first one did it automatically. It knew what to do with it. I didn't have to press a discover sensor. It just all of a sudden saw, oh, hey, I've got battery telemetry. Well, let me put the numbers right over here on the screen here, and I'll put and I've got signal strength, so I'll put a signal strength bar over here, and it just did it automatically. You didn't have to do nothing. Just took care of it all by itself. And now it's kind of a pain, and they keep screwing with it and making it worse. They fix one thing, they screw up two more, and so I haven't updated either one of my radios. The first one's perfect. The second one's got some minor glitches that I'm not willing to fix, for lack of a better word. Instead of fixing it, I'm more likely to turn the old radio, the new radio, and copy the source code from the old radio and put it in the new radio, so both of them have the old source code. Old version 1.8. Because it just works. It does everything perfect. It just works. I don't have to do anything fancy or stupid. It runs quicker than it's less it's less weighed down with all these lines of code that it doesn't need. A lot of programmers don't know what how to write simple code, and they write these big, long, elaborate codes that just to make the volume play, or something, and then another guy knows a better way. It's oh, you just need to do this, and there you go. So I noticed that I can't use all 60 memories in my new radio. I'm getting an overload. What is it called? A memory overload? Is that what it's telling me? So if I put 60 airplanes in there, I get this memory overload thing, and it doesn't seem to affect the radio's ability to work, but it just kind of puts this message on the screen, and then I have to clear the screen to see what I want to see, which I don't normally need to do anyway, because I have all the telemetry audible. I mean, I went in and programmed it to talk, so it gives me my battery voltages. A voice tells me, a very sexy girl voice tells me what my battery voltages are, or what altitude I'm at, or what my airspeed is, or whatever. Whatever I tell her to say, when I give her the parameters of when I want her to tell me to say it, and then the radio talks to me, so I don't even need to look at the screen. But so if I delete those, I think I deleted 2 models just to be safe, and now I don't get the memory overload message. So I'm guessing because of all the extra lines of code they wrote in the new version, it can't handle it. There's not enough memory in the radio to handle it. My old radio handles it just fine. I've never had any kind of issues with it. It's always had 60 airplanes in it. I just kept changing them out until I bought the second radio. And then when I bought the second radio, I split all my planes up. Anything on Spectrum stayed in the old radio that has the old Spectrum module in it, and everything that's flying on Free Sky went in the new radio. So now I have like
35, 40 planes in the Spectrum Tyrannus, and the other one has the other 35, 40, and so anyway. But I definitely love that radio, and like I said, I would jump at the chance to have the Radio Master. Um, if I needed it, but I'm not going to blow $150 just to have one. I don't need it. These two radios I have are working, and now I have this one. So if I have to go to the new receivers because they stopped putting out the old ones, well, I've got this now, so I think this holds 60 models also. So I can use this one to fly anything new I have to buy that doesn't fit the old protocol. So I'm still okay. So I just don't need to buy the Radio Master. Now, if I get the opportunity to buy one cheap, used one, slightly used, don't want it anymore, whatever, yeah, I'd probably jump on that. For sure. But otherwise, for now, I'm all good on radios. I don't need a radio. So that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Some guys are misunderstanding that they think I'm totally anti-Spectrum. I'm not. I mean, I've always told guys, listen, you can buy this Tyrannus radio or the Radio Master radio and still fly Spectrum. It will bind to it. You don't have to go out and spend $500, $600, $700 for an IX-12 or a DX-9 or an IX-20 or an NX-10 or whatever the hell. These radios will fly your Spectrum bind and fly airplanes just fine. And it's a lot cheaper. And it's a lot easier to program. And then you can add the telemetry to it, because now you're flying the plane on the Spectrum. And this is what I do all the time, guys. I've got the internal protocol signal taking care of the telemetry, giving me my battery voltages and all that. The module antenna and the Spectrum protocol is flying the airplane. So now I have one radio that does both. I can fly the plane, it's bind and fly, so I can just fly the plane on the Spectrum, but I can take and it doesn't matter how many channels the module is, the receiver is, because you're not using the channels. You're just using the telemetry part of it. And then you can put as many of those, they all daisy chain together. So you can put as many sensors in the airplane as you want. It all comes back on one wire to the receiver. The receiver sends all the information to the transmitter. The transmitter displays it on the screen and will audibly tell you at the same time if you just program it to talk and or play music or whatever you want it to do. And so it's just cool as shit, And I've been doing this for 7 years, and now Spectrum comes out with their new, telemetry protocol, and they think they're changing the world with all their new technology. Oh my God. This technology's been around a long time, And Spectrum had it back then too, but it was just expensive. A telemetry receiver from Spectrum was $150, $180. And then you had to buy the sensors, and they were like $80, $70. And, my battery sensor for the Tyrannus is $14. You don't have to buy it once. You don't have to leave it in the airplane. That's the beauty of it. I bought one receiver and one module. Well, I've got a lot of the modules, but you only have to buy one. And you plug those two together, and then you take that little mechanism, and you go to the next airplane that's flying Spectrum, and then in the bind hole, you plug a wire in there just to get power, and you pull the power off of there and plug it into this receiver and to power this receiver up, and then it automatically, well, you have to set the receiver to match the transmitter, but and then it sends the telemetry. So you're flying it on Spectrum, but you're getting the telemetry through the free sky. It's awesome, So I can't think of and then now the Radio Master will do the same thing. exactly the same thing with the same stuff. Like Dave was saying, all the Free Sky stuff works. So yeah, it's just amazing what these radios will do. So that's always been my thing with why the Taranis is such a great radio. I was never trying to get people to get off Spectrum. I was just telling you guys you have options to buy a better, cheaper radio and still fly your bind and fly Spectrum stuff. Because that's what I'm doing. I got to have at least 30 bind and fly Spectrum airplanes here. At least 30. They make good stuff. I love the airplanes they make. They're beautiful. They fly good. They're pretty good quality. Come with a receiver already in them. I mean, it's great. Their marketing idea was great. It was brilliant. To put these bind and flies together and get you to come back and buy your radio from them, and then buy these bind and fly airplanes to go with the radio from them, and it's genius marketing. But now they're getting greedy. So these new Gen 2 batteries, these smart batteries, don't come with a balance plug. Great. So you got to be all in now. You got to have, if you want to balance charge your batteries, you have to do it on a smart charger, because the regular charger will charge it, but it won't balance it. So if the cells are out of whack, it's just, like a 3-cell, I think, is 12.6, right? 12.6 volts is a fully charged 3-cell. So it doesn't matter, if this cell's down, 0.05, but this cell's over, 0.05 over, it still adds up to 12.6 volts. So the cells aren't balanced, but the battery is charged. And that's hard on the battery. The battery's not going to live long if you're going to charge it like that. So if you're going to charge it without the balance lead, you're not doing the battery any favors. The new ones with that single wire on the IC5 connector, you don't need the balance lead if you're using a smart charger. But if you want the telemetry, you got to have a smart airplane. So what are the guys that have all this old stuff supposed to do? They're just going to throw all this shit away so they can replenish it all with all the new tech? No, they're not going to do that. Why would they do that? So, they really shoot themselves in the foot by cutting that balance lead off. They took them out of my hands. I've got some smart batteries, but I can't use the ones without a balance lead. My battery telemetry plugs into that balance lead. The lights on my RV8 plug into that balance lead. So if I can't fly the battery to power my lights, if I can't power my battery telemetry module, that battery's no good to me. So, and they're just not thinking. They are and they're not. They're thinking, yeah, hey, we can make these guys buy smart chargers and everything, smart airplanes, if we don't have a balance lead and make them go through that'll work. But you're also going to drive a lot of people away, that potential customers that can't use your tech now because you've ruined it, like me. So I think that was a really bad idea. I don't agree with their marketing strategy on that at all. I've never liked the fact that they're making you, stay with them for everything. But that was part of the reason I got away from Spectrum early. But now they're just getting greedy. There was no reason to take that balance lead off. It wasn't hurting a thing to be there. You still didn't have to plug it in to use their smart tech to charge your battery. It's there, but you don't need to use it. So to cut it off it's just stupid. You know, I mean now, you know, you buy that battery to fly a RV8, you know, a flex plane that uses that plug to power the lights, and you're screwed. You know, now what are you gonna do? Nothing. You can't. You know, so just they're just not thinking. I think it's really bad. Yeah, but what are you gonna do? Furball. Well, wow, you're late to the party. Holy crap. Oh my god, that's funny. I'm looking good tonight. Dude, I'm so glad you got here, but I'm unfortunately I'm shutting it down like right now, a couple of minutes. I I'm just tired. We're going on 7 hours now. Um, but yeah, dude, you know what's up? How come you're so late getting here? You don't usually get in here this late or this early. Half glass half full, half empty. Oh, you've been in and out all night? And you didn't say hi before? Or did I miss it? You just been lurking all night? Sorry, so the laptop's down here with the camera down here, and I'm looking at my big screen TV for the chats. Oh, that's why I'm looking up and not looking at the camera, because I can read the chat here on the screen, but it's not near as easy to read than it is up there. So, but I do need to fix this one's not scrolling. So let me fix this one. It's way behind. And now it's frozen. They're having some issues with this tonight for some reason. So Jim, you're back too, huh? You guys are funny. Alright, so we switch over to Raptor Cam for a second. Okay. Then unfreeze it and switch it back. Okay, so that should be alright now. I still can't fix this. I don't know what the hell happened here. It must be over here is the problem. I have no idea how it did this. Huh. I just can't fix that for some reason. I don't know what's going on. There we go. Well, at least that part's fixed. Yeah, thank you too, Ronnie. Sleep tight, buddy. What's it say? Mainly lurking. Oh, okay. Uh, all right, Furball, you too, man. Jim, we're gonna take off. I'm closing it up. I'm beat. It's tired. Time to go to sleep.
Got a lot of airplanes to fix tomorrow. You know, so, but thanks, guys. Mickey, hey, what's up? Yeah, I'm done. Are you been here too? Are you been taking care of customers? What have you been doing? I mean, you've been here all night, but I think you've been in and out. Oh, you've been lurking? Okay. And drinking wine. Okay, GB. Oh, that's funny. All right, guys. So I'm closing up shop. Thanks for being here. Appreciate it. Always love having you guys in the show. Yeah, he is the master for sure. Um, oh, oh yeah. I guess I got to do it from here. I got the right one. So, am I missing anybody? Anybody else lurking that I can say goodnight to before I close it off? No, I guess not. All right, guys. Have a good night. Thanks for coming by. And we'll catch you guys all tomorrow in Dave's show if you're coming. And if not, I'll see you next week. All right. Have a good night, guys. Good night.